Chapter 300. The lightning demon god Par's mind did not overflow with the howl of the demon of fear. He only felt as if his brain had been pierced by thousands of steel needles. His entire body trembled violently, and his originally unstoppable attack was greatly affected. His attack power was greatly reduced. The 2 drops of angel's tears silently fell onto the lightning demon god Par's mantis blades. Starting from the spot where the angel's tears fell, 2 layers of white light instantly spread across the blades. They did not stop Par's attack, nor did they damage the blades in the slightest. However, the seal-breaking domain on Par's mantis blades, as well as all the dark aura and negative energy in his attacks, all disappeared when the 2 drops of angel's tears fell. It could be said that they disappeared at the most crucial moment of this battle. Pu. The 2 mantis blades still stabbed fiercely into the armor in front of Sima Xian's chest. However, at this time, his body had expanded 100 times, and his armor had also expanded due to the power of the domain. The mantis blades were the embodiment of Par's strongest attack power. Even without any additional abilities, they were still abnormally sharp. However, they did not even reach Sima Xian's chest muscles. If he had the seal-breaking domain and Par's other powerful enhancement abilities, no matter how much Sima Xian's body had expanded, the lightning demon god Par had absolute confidence that these 2 blades would be able to tear this bald man to pieces. Unfortunately, these were only 2 sharp mantis blades. A sinister smile appeared on Sima Xian's resolute face. He had waited for this moment for far too long. He had always been suppressed by the lightning demon god Par, and he had been patiently waiting for this moment to give his opponent a fatal blow at the last moment. Although Han Yu had only helped him for a brief moment, this was a coordination that Sima Xian and Han Yu had planned beforehand. It was just like the coordination between Kai Wang Yuan, and Lin Xen. Sima Xian's movements were not as agile or as fast as Par's, but he was not that much slower either. When Par's blades stabbed into Sima Xian's body, Sima Xian's movements were almost complete. His attack was full of violence. The ball of light was swung towards his chest. That's right, he did not even let himself go. The terrifying metal ball that had expanded dozens of times shot towards his chest like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Sima Xian's domain was called the Ball of Light. It was a domain weapon similar to Long Yiting's. Although it was not as complete as Long Yiting, who could transform herself into a sword, its power was not far off. At this moment, the Ball of Light, which had transformed into a domain, smashed towards his body with all its might. It looked as if it did not care about its own safety, but from the perspective of a domain, Par's body was also a part of the Ball of Light. This smash was a combination of the 2, so how much damage could it do to himself? A shrill scream of fear wreaked havoc in his mind, and the intense pain in his brain caused Par's body to stiffen uncontrollably. The moment his attack hit Sima Xian, his body was completely sucked in, and he was also affected by the shrill scream. This timing was completely within Sima Xian's control. It could be said that his control was impeccable. He weakened Par in all aspects and gave himself enough time. The ball of light ruthlessly smashed into the chest of the extremely muscular Sima Xian, who was 100 meters tall. In an instant, his body shone with a golden light, and his chest turned bright purple. If a cockroach was crushed by a mountain, what would the result be? As one of the most powerful demon gods among the demons, Par's attack was powerful, but his defense was not very strong. Under normal circumstances, his demon god pillar was not far away. Even if he encountered danger, he could use it to teleport away. However, the Light of Dawn monster hunters had fought with the demon gods many times, so they were very experienced. Since Sima Xian and Han Yu had set this trap, they would not give him any chance to escape. The scream of fear in his mind lasted for a total of 3 seconds. However, these 3 seconds firmly controlled Par's time. If it was a demon god who was good at magic and had strong mental strength, perhaps this time would be shortened. However, Par's pursuit of supply was too extreme, so he was not particularly strong in other aspects. Hence, he completely fell into this trap and could not extricate himself. However, no matter how weak Par's defense was, he was still one of the top 10 demon gods. Furthermore, he had the protection of a demon god. Hence, although Sima Xian's attack had hit him with the powerful attack power of the domain weapon, it did not kill Par directly. However, Par's heart was already filled with fear. Under the violent impact, Par felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by a soldering iron. What made him feel even more hopeless was that his praying mantis blades had broken under the terrifying pressure. Without the praying mantis blades, he was like a toothless tiger. At this moment, the only thing Par could think of was to escape. However, the scream of fear had only lasted for 2 seconds. Before he could escape from it, he could not connect with his demon god pillar. He could not even use the sky demon disintegration technique. Those who were familiar with Sima Xian knew that the moment his vigor ball of light hit him, the attack had only just begun. Sima Xian did not hold back. He knew what kind of opponent he was facing. As long as Par was given time to recover, his praying mantis blades might even grow back. Hence, just like Lin Xian, he did not hold back at all. What followed next was a terrifying roar that sounded like rolling thunder exploding in front of Sima Xian's chest. Crushing, triple explosion, purple thunder frenzy, and purple godly thunder. The lightning demon god became the first opponent to completely withstand the full attack of Sima Xian's domain weapon after he obtained it. Even the Abomination King didn't receive such treatment. Sima Xian's body convulsed from the electric shock. Black smoke rose from his chest. When he removed the vigor ball of light, even Par's demon god crown was destroyed, let alone his body. How could the power of a domain weapon be so easily blocked? In a few short minutes, the bald priest Sima Xian had broken the battlefield record that Lin Xian had just set, raising the highest ranking of the demon gods who had died in battle to 10th place. The snake spear demon god Eligo and the lightning demon god Par, this pair of fellow sufferers, could reunite in another world. Their demon god pillars had already dimmed. Sima Xian's exhaustion was even less than Lin Gui's. After all, he had received the most direct help from Han Yu. Lice Horse deity gave Han Yu a thumbs up. At the same time, he touched the image of the angel on his chest. At this time, the image of the angel had silently disappeared. The throne of God of Fear and Sorrow was the highest-ranked throne of God after the throne of God of Eternity and Creation. It was also the first throne of God that humans had replicated. In the more than 6,000 years of history of the Dark Age, the throne of God of Fear and Sorrow had only recognized 2 knights, and Han Yu was the second. The weapon provided by this divine throne was only a shield, the shield of fear and sorrow. In terms of defense, it could be said to be the best among the 5 subsidiary divine thrones. At this moment, Han Yu easily blocked a Demon King-level Demon Dragon battle team by himself. He was besieged by the 3 Demon Kings of the Heaven-defying Demon Dragon Clan, Moon Demon Clan, and Star Demon Clan, but he could still lend Sima Xian a hand at the crucial moment. From this, it could be seen how shocking the defense of this divine throne of fear and sorrow was. However, from the performance of the shield of fear and sorrow just now, it could be seen that the role of this throne of God was not just for defense. The skill that Han Yu used was called the rhythm of fear and sorrow. This skill could be used on himself or others. It was a powerful support and control skill. Han Yu and Sima Xian had tried the effect of the scream of fear many times. They had experimented with the star holy knight Yang Haoyu. It turned out that even a powerhouse at the level of Yang Haoyu, who combined magic and martial arts and had extremely strong mental strength, would be restrained by the scream of fear for at least 2 seconds. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this skill was that it could not be interrupted and dispelled. However, there was a premise, and that was to hit the opponent head-on. The only flaw of this skill was that it could not be used to lock on to the opponent. The opponent must not dodge. Otherwise, Han Yu would not have waited until Sima Xian was in danger to take action. With the cooperation of the two partners of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, they finally killed another high-ranking demon god, which made the situation of humans a little easier. However, the combat power of the demon gods was still terrifying. In this short period of time, another two eternal heroes had fallen. Lin Xian took advantage of this time to re-enter the battlefield. He flew directly to Sima Xian's shoulder. After throwing a few pills to Sima Xian, he used Sima Xian's shoulder as a cannon platform and the immortal dragon fire as the cannon barrel. He began to display his might in the battlefield, relying on the powerful attack power of the Holy Sun domain to attack the enemy. Sima Xian also took this opportunity to recover from the injuries he had just suffered and the spiritual power that he had consumed. After both sides erupted at the same time, the situation strangely returned to a balanced state. On the side of the Temple Federation, a large number of level 8 demons were killed, but at the same time, many magic cannons had exploded, and they had lost most of their combat power. On the other hand, the losses of both sides were almost the same. Overall, the losses of the demons were slightly smaller. After all, the demon gods had the support of the demon god pillars. With the protection of the demon god pillars and the enhancement of the demon god transformation, it was difficult for them to kill the demon gods unless they caught them off guard like what Lin Xian and Sima Xian did. As for the other level 9 demons, if they died on the battlefield, the impact on the situation was much smaller. Moreover, the Moon Demon and Star Demon were supporting their own people. For a time, due to the fundamental difference in strength, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the side of the demons. However, because the gap between the two sides was not too big, coupled with the fact that the Moon Demon and Star Demon were going easy on them, they could barely maintain a balanced state. 3,000 meters above the sky, the most important battle between Long Haochen and the Demon Emperor had also entered another level. The moment Long Haochen opened his eyes again, he felt that he had the power to challenge the Demon Emperor. Before the throne of God of Eternity and Creation was fully awakened, he actually did not know that this supreme artifact had such power. The heaven-defying demon dragon pillar behind the Demon Emperor was like a heavenly pillar that propped up the sky. Under its contrast, the Demon Emperor's aura also rose to an unprecedented terrifying height. In the sky, the huge black sword slowly descended and stopped in front of the Demon Emperor. The dragon patterns on the sword gradually retracted back into the sword, but there were dark dragon patterns left on the huge sword. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's eyes had completely turned dark gold. He raised his right hand and grasped the hilt of the huge black sword. He coldly said to Long Haochen, "Ever since my spiritual energy broke through 500,000, I have never met an opponent who is qualified to make me use my full strength. Very good, as my bloodline inheritor, you actually have the power to challenge me. In fact, for an existence of my level, having an opponent is also a kind of happiness. Let me see what level you can reach and how much power you can force out of me." This sword is called the Heaven-Defying Demon God Sword. It was transformed from a piece of my own dragon bone. It has been refined in my body for hundreds of years to reach its current power. It is one with me and the heaven-defying demon god pillar. As he spoke, the hilt of the heaven-defying demon god sword rotated rapidly with the Demon Emperor's right hand as the axis. The moment the blade was pointed upwards, the Demon Emperor held it with his right hand and pointed it to his side. The huge sword, which was disproportionate to his body size, instantly lit up with a layer of intense dark blue light. The dragon patterns on the sword also emitted a dark gold luster. Long Haochen also raised his right hand and slowly held the hilt of the Sword of Eternity and Creation in front of him. In an instant, a magical feeling spread throughout his body. It wasn't a feeling of power, but a magical feeling of being able to break through all obstacles and create miracles. The 9 colored runes on the sword of eternity and creation all lit up the moment he held the hilt of the sword. The gorgeous patterns on the armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchen's body also seemed to come alive. A noble aura was released from his body. Facing the demon emperor who had the demon god pillar as the background, the noble aura actually suppressed the dark aura emitted by the demon emperor. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even seemed to have the upper hand. The demon emperor's gaze was a little solemn. Even though there was only a trace of the God of Creation's aura left on the throne of God of Eternity and Creation, the God of Creation was the greatest God who created the entire world and countless planes. In a sense, a plane was a part of the God of Creation's body, and the laws of the entire world were created by the God of Creation. Even though there was only a trace of the God of Creation's aura in Long Houchen's supreme artifact, it was already an extremely terrifying ability to any opponent. Even a god-level powerhouse like the Demon Emperor was no exception. The battle started in the next instant. Long Houchen made the first move. A white light flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the Demon Emperor. As the sword of eternity and creation was held in his right hand, he directly made an upward slashing motion. If anyone was watching the battle, they would be able to see the dazzling scene that Long Houchen brought about. At the place where his body flashed, a long trace was left in the air. This trace was formed by countless light and shadows. These light and shadows were the scenes of the growth of all living things, and even the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars. The demon god emperor's heaven-defying demon god sword instantly blocked Long Houchen's sword of eternity and sword of creation. These two transcendent-level divine swords finally collided in their strongest state. The instant the two transcendental divine artifacts collided, the dragon inscriptions on the heaven-defying demon god's sword let out a loud dragon roar, while the 9 colored inscriptions on the sword of eternity and creation in Long Houchen's hand shone brightly. Once again, Long Houchen and the demon emperor faced each other at close range. However, this time, it was no longer a scene of Long Houchen being completely suppressed by the demon emperor. Clang! Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, Long Houchen and the demon emperor bounced back at the same time. This collision was actually a draw, and no one could do anything to the other. However, after the collision, the heaven-defying demon god's sword in the demon emperor's hand let out a slight buzzing sound, causing the demon emperor's expression to change slightly. Although it was only a single collision, and it was impossible for Long Houchen and the demon emperor to win, the advantages and disadvantages of the two supreme artifacts had been completely revealed. Even if Long Houchen's cultivation had reached the 9th rank, 9th level, it still couldn't compare to the Demon Emperor's 1,000,000 spiritual energy points. However, the result was a draw. This in itself proved that the Sword of Eternity and Creation had an advantage over the heaven-defying Demon God Sword, and the slight buzzing sound of the Demon God Sword revealed its own disadvantage. Long Houchen turned his wrist, and the tip of the Sword of Eternity and Creation pointed upwards. He clasped it in his left hand and looked at the Demon Emperor with a clear gaze. On his chest, the Eternal Stone emitted a bright green light, and the trace of the God of Creation's aura instantly skyrocketed. Revival of all things, it was still the revival of all things of the Eternal Three Swords, but this time, the Demon Emperor's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The sky turned into a green luster, and a thick aura of life instantly spread for thousands of miles. The dragon-resisting pass, which had always been known for its cold and harsh environment, suddenly had a trace of warmth, and this trace of warmth was constantly increasing. The color of the sky suddenly turned green, and both humans and demons subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the sky, like a mirage, a magical scene appeared. The green shadows of countless plants appeared in the sky, and these plants seemed to be constantly growing, covering the entire sky. The wonderful aura of revival of all things made even the demons feel a little dazed. The green color that stretched for thousands of miles could be clearly seen even in the Exorcist Pass, where the assassin temple was located. The thick aura of life descended from the sky, and all the experts who were not of the dark attribute felt the pleasant sensation of their spiritual energy rising. Without a doubt, this was a sign of strengthening the humans and weakening the demons in disguise. Although it wasn't strong, it had a huge impact on the momentum of both sides. Moon Demon Agar's eyes were filled with disbelief. He finally understood why the Demon Emperor used the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Pillar. This Long Houchen was much stronger than they had imagined. Just the change in the sky was enough to prove that he had the strength to challenge the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor not only had a solemn expression, but at the same time as the revival of all things unfolded, he also took action. He slowly raised the heaven-defying demon god's sword in his hand, and at the same time, a strange buzzing sound came from his body. At his chest, thousands of dark blue rays of light burst forth, turning into a huge dark blue ball of light that rose up and integrated into the heaven-defying demon god's sword. A small black hole suddenly appeared at the tip of the heaven-defying demon god's sword. The range of the black hole rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it tore apart the surrounding revival of all things. Strong spiritual energy fluctuations produced an unimaginable destructive power in the air, and the surroundings of the black hole were filled with dark blue lightning. The heaven-defying demon god's sword quietly disappeared in the air, and the range of the black hole expanded at an astonishing speed. It seemed as if the black hole was absorbing all energy, and the surrounding dark blue lightning became more and more powerful. The thick lightning constantly bombarded the dark green sky, filled with an aura of destruction. One created, one destroyed. Both sides faced each other with equal harshness. However, what surprised the Demon Emperor was that this time, Long Houchen didn't directly trigger the revival of all things to attack. Instead, it seemed as if he was laying out a plan. After the black hole expanded to 1,000 meters, it was finally restrained. Insects and birds chirped, and the roars of beasts began to appear. In the dark green world of nature in the sky, insects and animals began to appear. These insects and animals were all evolving at an astonishing speed. Every time they evolved, they would become more powerful, and gradually, magical beasts began to appear. It looked magical and dazzling, but it made the Demon Emperor feel an unprecedented pressure. This was clearly the second sword of the Eternal Three Swords, the Creator. However, this time, the Creator appeared with the revival of all things. The world of nature had life, and it was an aura that abided by the laws of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the gaze of the moon demon Agar softened and gradually became firm. His attacks on Shu Yongshao also became more and more powerless. His gaze even stopped at the sky, and his eyes revealed an intoxicated expression. He liked this aura of creation. What he wanted was not destruction, but survival. The star demon Vasak was also shocked by such a scene. Although his feelings weren't as profound as the moon demons, he realized that his and the moon demons' plan might really be fully realized. Long Houchen might really be able to defeat the Demon Emperor. Outside the Dragon Resisting Pass, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation and the demons gradually separated. The battle between the two sides actually stopped temporarily. They even landed on the ground and Yulong Pass respectively. All the powerhouses looked up at the magical changes in the sky. This was a battle between the two strongest powerhouses in the world. For the first time, all the demon gods realized that the invincible king in their hearts, the Demon Emperor, had finally met his match. The final victory of this war was still hard to say, and the terrifying collision that was about to happen in front of them was likely to lead to the final outcome. Facing the combination of the revival of all things and the Creator, the heaven-defying demon god's sword in the Demon Emperor's hand changed again, and the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar appeared. However, this time, the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar appeared directly under the feet of the demon emperor. Immediately after, the demon emperor's body seemed to melt, and softly integrated into the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar. A loud dragon roar sounded, and the heaven-defying demon-dragon pillar directly drilled into the huge black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Its original terrifying size also rapidly shrank in the process. The roar of the dragon did not disappear because the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar had entered the black hole. Instead, it became more and more powerful, like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. The scene of all things reviving and the creation of the world in the sky became slightly illusory under the terrifying roar of the dragon. The scene that appeared next shocked all the human experts. In the black hole, a huge head slowly drilled out. It was a dragon's head, and its entire body was black in color, but it had a pair of huge blood-red eyes. Even at a height of 3 kilometers, one could see the flashing blood-red eyes from the ground, and one could also feel the destructive aura bursting out from its body. On the huge black dragon's body, a layer of dark blue light flickered, and the light fog was densely packed with lightning. The huge head slowly drilled out, followed by the huge body. The terrifying size of the body caused everyone, including the demons, to suck in a breath of cold air. Initially, they thought that the 1,000-meter-long dark golden dragon that hovered around the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar was terrifying enough. However, when this black dragon appeared, they realized that the dark golden dragon paled in comparison to it. This black dragon's body was more than 3 kilometers long. Within the range of its appearance, the dark green curtain and all living things were greatly affected, especially the magical beasts that had evolved in the light curtain. They quickly dispersed as if they had encountered their natural enemy. This was clearly the true body of the demon emperor. As the patriarch of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor, this was the first time that the demon emperor had revealed his true body in a battle with humans, and it was his true body after fusing with the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. The terrifying aura continued to rise, and the demon emperor's blood-red eyes looked at the light curtain in front of him under the dark blue light fog. He did not take the initiative to attack and just floated in the air, but the aura on his body had seriously disrupted the composition of the dark green curtain. There was no doubt that after the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor Fengxiu revealed his true body, Long Haochen fell into a disadvantageous position again. The star demon Vasak came to the side of the moon demon Agars and said in a low voice, "Fengxiu is using his god-ranked power." Agars nodded slowly and said, "This power is something we can't match or resist, but I don't know if Long Haochen has a way to survive. If even the god-ranked Fengxiu can't do anything to him, then humans will be in an invincible position, and we will finally have a choice." Vasak did not show any joy because of Agar's words. Instead, there was a strong sense of worry in his eyes. He said, "Second brother, I don't know why, but I have an extremely bad feeling." Agars looked at Vasak in surprise. If someone else said this, he would not care at all, but the person who said this was the star demon Vasak, the great prophet of the demons. His premonition was something that even the demon emperor had to take seriously. Vasak said in a deep voice, "Remember, I once said that the star demon tower was our only chance to kill Long Haochen. We didn't succeed that time, and it's impossible for us to succeed again. That's why I later agreed to your plan. Since we can't kill Long Haochen, then Long Haochen may become the key to the destruction of the demons. In other words, he should be able to defeat the demon emperor Fengxiu." Agars nodded and said, "Of course I remember, but isn't that what we want to see?" Vasak said, "But when I saw Long Haochen today, I felt a strong sense of crisis from him, as if he has some power that can threaten our existence." Agars said in a deep voice, "I still don't understand what you mean." There was a trace of fear in Vasak's eyes. He said, Second brother, do you think that the current Long Houchen can defeat Fengxiu? Agars said without hesitation. It's very difficult, even if it's to maintain a balance. The power that Long Houchen has shown is already quite strong, but I don't feel that he has the same breakthrough as Fengxiu, breaking through 1,000,000 spiritual energy points to reach another level. Therefore, it's very difficult for him to defeat Fengxiu, and the possibility of a tie is not high. That's why I'm considering whether we should help him. Vesak shook his head firmly and said, No, please don't. According to my great prophecy, it's impossible for Fengxiu to kill Long Houchen. However, in today's battle, Fengxiu has completely seen the threat that Long Houchen poses to him. If he wins, will Long Houchen let him go? And Long Houchen won't die in such a battle, which proves that he still has the ability to compete with Fengxiu. Besides the throne of God of eternity and creation, what power can he compete with the demon emperor? Agars finally understood what Vesak meant, and his expression finally changed. He said, You mean, just as they were talking, the scene in the sky changed again. With the appearance of the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor, the dark green canopy that had begun to shatter suddenly stabilized. Then, the color of the entire canopy darkened a little. Stars began to appear in the higher parts of the canopy, shining on the growing and evolving creatures. At the start, the stars were still appearing one by one, but very soon, the number of stars rapidly increased. When millions of stars shone, the demon god emperor's colossal body, and the black hole he released actually seemed to be frozen in the sky. The third sword of the three eternal swords, the eternal starry sky, finally appeared. The recovery of all things, the creation of creatures, the eternal starry sky, the combination of the three swords outlined a beautiful picture in the sky. It was as if another world had been created in the sky 3,000 meters high. Under the illumination of the stars, all things grew and creatures evolved. What a magical, magnificent creation that followed the laws of heaven and earth. This was also the strongest skill attached to the throne of God of eternity and creation, world creation. The demon god emperor's body was sealed in this dazzling and beautiful painting, which made it seem very disharmonious. He seemed to be completely unable to move, but his blood-red eyes were still as fierce as before. At this moment, the huge 1,000-meter-long black hole suddenly lit up, and a dark purple light suddenly shone, illuminating a part of the world creation scroll into a dark purple color. The scroll suddenly became distorted, turning into a huge vortex that instantly contracted with the demon emperor's body as the center. The power of creation finally descended. In contrast, the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor also changed. His 3,000-meter-long body was still frozen, but the dark purple black hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters suddenly shrank, shrinking in front of him, turning into a small dark purple ball of light that was held up by the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor's head. The sky suddenly darkened, and the darkness that descended at that moment seemed to deprive all the light, leaving nothing behind. Whether it was the powerful moon demon, star demon, or the ordinary soldiers fighting on the dragon-resisting mountain pass, at this moment, they all felt a suffocating feeling as if they were being strangled by the neck. The darkness not only appeared in the sky, but also seemed to appear in their hearts. Unparalleled fear also appeared with the darkness, as if the whole world would disappear with it if the darkness continued. Fortunately, there was light in the extinguished darkness. It seemed that it was only a second, but it also seemed like an eternity had passed. A little light lit up in the sky. Immediately afterward, this little light seemed to open a door of light, and a dazzling light suddenly flashed. From extreme darkness to extreme brightness, even rank 8 and 9 powerhouses were caught off guard, and many of them let out miserable screams as they hurriedly closed their eyes. The light appeared in the sky, because the extinguishing darkness and the super-strong light alternated too intensely, so much so that no one could see what color the light was. A huge ball of light shone high up in the sky. The range of this ball of light was so large that it could even be described as destroying the world. The entire mountain where the dragon-resisting mountain pass was located was emitting ear-piercing caw-caw sounds, as if it could not withstand the pressure brought by the huge ball of light in the sky, and could collapse at any time. Terrifying cracks also appeared on the mountain, proving that collapse was not impossible. Fortunately, after the light shone to the extreme, it began to shrink, and all the light gradually returned to normal. The sky became unprecedentedly clean, and within a range of 10,000 miles, there was not a trace of cloud or dirt. The clear sky was strange because there was not a trace of impurity. Only two figures seemed a little abrupt. The heaven-defying demon dragon Emperor Fengxiu was still in his huge body of 3,000 meters long, floating in the sky, and not far from him, Long Haochen, wearing the armor of eternity and creation, spread his wings and was panting violently. Long Haochen's eyes were obviously a little dim, and the white halo of the armor of eternity and creation had weakened a lot, but his eyes were still persistent, and besides that, there was also a trace of unwillingness. Chapter 301. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use the Sword of Nirvana. Back then, the fairy dragon that the goddess of nature left in the dream shrine to protect the dream paradise died under my Sword of Nirvana. Even though you're not heavily injured, you've already used up the trace of aura left behind by the god of creation. How are you going to stand against me? That's right. That creation painting of yours is extremely powerful. If you possessed the strength of a god, I would very likely be the one defeated. Unfortunately, no matter how miraculous the throne of God is, it's impossible for it to raise you to the level of a god. The demon emperor's voice was extremely calm. It was as though all the emotions in his heart had disappeared after the previous battle. With some difficulty, Long Haochen raised the Sword of Eternity and Creation in his hand and said, "Demon Emperor, you haven't won yet. There's no need to speak to me with such a tone." Demon Emperor Fengxiu smiled faintly and said, "That creation painting of yours has even used up the trace of aura left behind by the god of creation. Do you think there's anything more powerful than that? It's true that I've exhausted a lot of my energy after using the Sword of Nirvana. However, I'm a god. How can a human compare to the regenerative abilities of a god?" Son of the demon god. The massive dragon head suddenly raised its head and looked into the sky. A ball of purple light seemed to tear through space as it appeared above the massive body of the demon emperor. It looked like a sun, a dark purple sun. The dark purple light shone on God Emperor Yang's body, allowing his aura to recover at an astonishing rate. The heart of eternity in Long Haochen's chest was also throbbing violently, helping him to recover his spiritual energy. However, he could clearly feel that the demon emperor's recovery rate was much, much faster than his. The earth-shattering collision just now finally turned into nothingness, and that blow had almost exhausted Long Haochen and the demon emperor's strength. The difference was that the demon emperor had only consumed spiritual energy, while Long Haochen had also consumed a trace of the god of creation's aura left on the throne of God of eternity and creation. Without that aura, Long Haochen would lose the creation god's power that even God Emperor Mo was afraid of, and it would be even more impossible for him to use the world creation painting again. This was also the reason why the demon god emperor's words were filled with the feeling that victory was in his grasp. In the end, the power of a god still prevailed over a super-god artifact controlled by a human. From the demon emperor's point of view, this battle was already over. If Long Haochen competed with him in terms of recovery speed, the result could be imagined? At most 10 minutes, he would be able to recover to his peak state. On the other hand, Long Haochen's depleted spiritual energy would need at least an hour to fully recover, even with the help of many magical equipment. The Moon Demon and Star Demon looked at each other, and they could see the nervousness in each other's eyes. The Moon Demon Agar subconsciously said, "Perhaps it's because of His Majesty's love for talent, and because His Majesty's blood flows in him, That's why His Majesty didn't kill him? The star demon Vaisak's expression was somewhat blank, and he said, I don't know. I can't see anything clearly anymore, but His Majesty has killed him once, and Long Houchen represents the entire human race. How could he admit that he has that bloodline? It's the same as how we dare not admit that we have human blood in us. The moon demon Agar said in a deep voice, the facts will tell us the result. We can only wait. Compared to the demon's calmness, the humans were completely unable to remain calm. The demon emperor's voice came from the sky, and everyone could hear it clearly. Long Houchen did not refute the demon emperor's words. There was no doubt that he was already at a disadvantage. Although the fact that Long Houchen could last until now had made all the Federation powerhouses in the temple proud of him, he still did not defeat the demon emperor in the end. Once the battle between them ended, wouldn't it mean that the humans would be defeated? Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao looked at each other, and they saw the determination in each other's eyes. If the demon emperor returned, they might not even have the chance to kill any other demons. How could they wait at this time? Kill! The usually calm first temple master of the Knights Templars, Xiao Hua, suddenly let out a deafening roar. The pair of huge golden swords formed from spiritual power suddenly burst forth with unparalleled radiance, and he no longer held back as he attacked the demons with all his might. Under his leadership, the human powerhouses attacked again, and the remaining magic cannons that had been silent for half a day burst forth with intense light again. An even more tragic battle began. The moon demon Agars and the star demon Vaisak still used the same strategy as before, and they did not go all out. However, even if Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao went all out, they were still blocked by them. They were in a deadlock here, but the other battles weren't the same. Every Federation powerhouse from the temple felt a sense of crisis. Humans could not afford to lose this war. Once they lost, they would lose the future of millions of humans. For the sake of their families and the fate of their races, they had already made up their minds to fight to the last drop of blood in this holy war. The Light of Dawn monster hunters were all gathered together, and Lin Xian stood at the front. Behind Lin Xian were Ker Wang Yuan, Chen Ying'er Han Yu, Sima Xian, and Zhang Fangfang. Kai Er's 12 holy guards guarded them, and they became the most powerful force on the human side. Above Lin Xian's head, the holy sun hung high, and his entire body had already turned into a blue crystalline color. That terrifying aura caused even the moon demon god and star demon god, who were fighting Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao in the distance, to reveal looks of shock when they discovered it. The conjoined spirit-increasing pill had appeared on the battlefield once again. With this miraculous pill developed by Lin Xian, the Light of Dawn monster hunters had struggled on the edge of life and death several times. This time, the conjoined spirit-increasing pill that Lin Xian had developed was mainly made from the demon god's crown and the flesh of the heaven-defying demon dragon, in addition to countless other precious materials. Not only could it be effective on a Type 9 powerhouse, but it could also last for up to an hour. This was the final trump card of the Light of Dawn monster hunters. High up in the sky, the battle between Long Houchen and the Demon Emperor seemed to have come to an end. Long Houchen was clearly at a disadvantage, but only the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were still full of confidence in their leader. Long Houchen's performance had completely exceeded their expectations, and he had even risen to the terrifying level of a Type 9 powerhouse during the battle. However, they were very clear that until now, Long Houchen still had a trump card that he had not shown, a trump card that was enough to shock the entire demons. Hence, what they had to do was to do everything possible to help Long Houchen resolve other problems other than the battle with the Demon Emperor, and do everything possible to protect the human powerhouses. This was also the time to use the super conjoined spirit increasing pill. With Lin Xian as the user, every member of the Light of Dawn monster hunters behind him exuded a strange seven-colored luster, as if their bodies had now become divine weapons. Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao did not participate in this conjoined spirit-increasing pill. other than the fact that their bodies might not be able to withstand the backlash of the conjoined spirit-increasing pill. More importantly, Lin Xian's group of 7 had already reached the limit of conjoined spirit-increasing pill. There was no objection to adding more people. The 7 experts of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad had all reached the domain realm. The total spiritual energy of the 7 experts with domain realms was more than 1.5 million. But when they were concentrated on Lin Xian, the highest they could reach was only 990,000. The domain of gods, the realm of gods, couldn't be broken through under such circumstances. However, one mustn't think that 990,000 was a lot less than 1,500,000, because that 1,500,000 was divided into 7 parts, while Lin Xian's current strength of 990,000, the peak of the 9th step, was being used by him alone. Moreover, with the support of his companions, they could maintain it for more than half an hour with the help of the conjoined spirit-enhancing pills. Lin Xian had to bear such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, they had killed 20 heaven-defying demonic dragons before, and with their nadins, Lin Xian had refined the latest body-protecting pills, ensuring that his body could withstand the spiritual energy impact of the peak of the 9th step. He raised his immortal dragon fire. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was like a burning blue flame spirit. His eyes even had a blue haze because of the fire. From the start of the battle, he displayed his extremely tyrannical side. A blue halo with specks of starlight bloomed at the tip of his staff. It enveloped a radius of several hundred meters. When the blue halo reached 50 meters, it suddenly stopped. Then, there was a powerful explosion in the air. The intense blue flames turned into a huge pillar of fire that shot into the sky. In this explosion, at least 8 invisible demons were shaken out and turned to ash. Only one demon escaped. It was the 45th demon god of the demons, the leader of the Earth Fiends tribe, concealment demon god Burn, who was most proficient in assassination. Just now, it was Burn who brought the powerhouses of his clan to conceal themselves, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Lin Xian. But how could he escape from Lin Xian's terrifyingly powerful elemental perception? As long as the fire element was present, no change would be able to escape his perception range. The spell that Lin had just used was only Ring of Fire of Resistance and Flame Shock. They were both spells below the 4th grade. However, such a spell had easily killed 8 peak powerhouses of the 8th grade Earth Fiends. The reason why Lin Xian was chosen as the leader of the conjoined spirits instead of Kai Er was because he was the most proficient at long-range attacks among the Light of Dawn monster hunters. He also had the powerful flame of the heart. Burn was shaken out of his invisible state. He turned tail and ran. His ambush had failed. The solidified fire elemental energy around Lin Xian filled his heart with horror. Trying to run? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pointed the immortal dragon fire at Burn. The immortal dragon fire that was emitted from the huge dragon crystal was actually a black ray. Burn felt that something was wrong and wanted to block it, but his body was instantly pierced through. The magic blade in his hand shattered and a huge hole appeared in his abdomen. But strangely, no blood flowed out. In the next instant, Burn's corpse turned into a wisp of steam and evaporated in the air. A blue light flashed. A flaming hand grabbed Burn's demon god's crown and brought it back to Lin Xian. The fire god's finger wasn't black. Instead, it was the color of blue flames condensed and compressed to the extreme. The 45th pillar of the demons, concealment demon god Burn, had died in battle. Moreover, he had been instantly killed. Lin Xian revealed his fangs. Under the protection of the 12 holy guards, he slowly flew forward and raised the immortal dragon fire again. The sacred sun above his head didn't increase in size, but it quickly turned dark blue. Then, like the fire god's finger, it turned black. Around the black sun was a circle of blue flame light. It looked a bit like the color of the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor when he revealed his true form. At this moment, Lin Xian looked more like demons than demons with the black sun above his head. However, for a period of time, he became the nightmare of the demons. A pitch-black fireball flew out of the holy sun first. It had a diameter of about 5 meters, and there was a layer of dark blue mist around the black fireball. It didn't fly very fast, and it slowly floated forward. Wherever it flew, it left a moist feeling. What was even more terrifying was that because of the moist air, the huge black fireball gave people a feeling that it was erratic and it was impossible to see its specific location. It flew forward in the air leisurely, as if it was looking for a target. It was completely different from normal magic that was launched in a short period of time. Then, the second black fireball flew out. Just like the first one, it also flew forward leisurely, bringing with it a water-like distortion in the space. The scene of Lin Xian killing concealment demon god Burn in seconds was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every demon's powerhouse. Seeing the unknown black fireball that was more terrifying than the fire god's finger that killed Burn, who would dare to face it head-on? Only God knew how powerful this thing could be. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. His smile looked gentle, but there was a hint of naughtiness in it. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was obviously going to do something bad. The huge black fireball flew out one after another as if it didn't require any mana. Lin Xian only stopped when the ninth one flew out. The moment the ninth huge black fireball flew out, the other 8 fireballs that seemed to be unable to find their target suddenly accelerated and flew straight to the place where the demons were most concentrated. Their target was the place where the demon dragon squad and the demon gods were gathered. Due to the deterrence of these huge black fireballs, many demons avoided Lin Xian's position and unconsciously gathered in one direction. There was strength in numbers, and the demons had the same idea. At this moment, in the face of the huge black fireball that was like a meteor chasing the moon, many demons quickly dispersed in an attempt to avoid it. Chapter 302. In the face of the 9 huge black fireballs, none of the demons, including the demon gods, were willing to face them head-on. The tragedy of the lurking demon god Paimon was right in front of them, and the sudden acceleration of the fireballs made them want to escape quickly. However, the speed of the black fireballs that were floating in the air just now had reached an appalling level. The fireball flying at the front crashed into the densest area of the demons in the blink of an eye. Of course, the demons still dispersed in the end. At least, it didn't hit them. From moving forward rapidly to coming to a sudden stop, the movement and stillness made the large fireball seem even stranger. The moment it stopped moving, the second large black fireball chased after it, and the 2 fireballs collided fiercely. The demons that were quickly scattering could not help but be shocked. They couldn't care less about escaping anymore. One by one, they turned around hurriedly and put on their strongest defensive posture. How terrifying would the attack be when the 2 terrifying fireballs collided? However, the 2 black fireballs that collided with each other did not explode. Instead, the powerful demons felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they saw their changes. Almost all the demon gods nearby made the same choice. They instantly used their demon god pillars to teleport back to the side of the demon god pillars. That's right, the 2 black fireballs did not explode after they collided. However, they fused together, and the 2 big fellows became an even bigger fellow. In an instant, the 7 fireballs behind them also caught up, and all of them became a part of that huge body. When all 9 black fireballs fused together in a few breaths' time and turned into a terrifying existence with a diameter of more than 30 meters, the powerful demons felt suffocated. It was a little like when they were facing the demon emperor. "Ah, goodbye, friends." Lin Xian smiled and waved the immortal dragon fire in his hand. The next moment, a strange cracking sound appeared at the center of the terrifying fireball. A layer of strange black light suddenly spread out. It did not spread out very far, only about a diameter of about 500 meters. It just happened to not come into contact with the Federation powerhouses in the temple. This circle of black light appeared and disappeared very quickly. It only took about 3 to 5 seconds. Everyone saw that the moment the black light swept past, whether it was the Grade 8 Hell Demons, Moon Demons, Star Demons, or the Grade 9 Demon Dragons, they all turned into illusory mist in an instant. The second the black light appeared, the illusory mist all rose up like water vapor dissipating in the air. Even their magical crystals disappeared into thin air. The demon gods could escape with the teleportation of the demon god pillars, but the other demons could not. The black light with a diameter of 500 meters swept away more than 100 Grade 8 demons. More than a dozen demon dragons were all engulfed by it and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the heaven-defying demon dragons with amazing defense, the star demons with the great prophecy spell, or the powerful moon demons with the fusion of magic and martial arts, none of them could resist the strange black light. This attack was too terrifying. Although the demons had already lost a few demon gods before, it was the first time they had suffered such a huge loss since the start of the war. Lin Xian said with a pained expression, "Prodigal, too prodigal. How many good materials are gone. It's such a pity. However, doesn't everyone think that the skill I just developed is not bad? Let me think, how about calling it the 9 Luminaries Erosion? Waha, I'm really a genius." If it were not for the fact that the Light of Dawn monster hunters behind them needed to continue enhancing Lin Xian's body and could not speak to prevent any mistakes, they really wanted to beat this guy up. Under the effect of the conjoined spirit-increasing pill, after his cultivation rose to the peak of the 9th step, Lin Xian's emotions were completely ignited, and he was in an exceptionally excited state. Gu Zixing's humility and his hatred for the demons fused into a special emotion. However, although he was boasting, no one would deny that he was a genius. The power obtained through conjoint spirit enhancing was able to create a new skill that was suitable for this ability in a short period of time. This talent alone was already very unique. He was the leader of the Light of Dawn's conjoint spirit enhancing team. Even if it were Kair or Chen Inger, they would not be able to cause such damage to the demons in such a short period of time. The destructive power of the 9 Luminaries' erosion was so strong that even the Moon Demon and Star Demon noticed the changes here. Their people had also been slaughtered, and that attack just now had wiped out more than 1/10 of the demon army's strength. Moreover, the current Lin Xian gave them a sense of danger. The immortal dragon fire waved in his hand. Looking at the dragon crystal that had been dyed black by his own flames, Lin Xian smiled strangely. He waved his staff at the demons in the distance and shouted, "Change positions and do it again." This time, a series of black fireballs whizzed out and flew towards the demons on the other side. With the previous lesson, no one dared to be covered by his attack. For a moment, even the demon dragon battle team became flustered. A purple light flashed in the eyes of the moon demon Agars, and a purple moon lit up behind him. His figure flickered, and he broke away from Shu Yongxiao's entanglement. At the same time, a purple armor instantly covered his body. A purple crescent appeared between his eyes, and 12 purple wings grew on his back. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Xian's string of black fireballs. He put his hands together in front of his chest, and a purple crescent shot out, bombarding Lin Xian's fireballs head-on. Since the beginning of the war, the moon demon Agars had been holding back. It was only at this time that he couldn't help but go all out. He didn't even hesitate to use his demon god transformation. It could be seen that Lin Xian was a huge threat to the demons now. However, the scene that enraged the moon demon god Agars very quickly appeared. The seemingly terrifying black fireballs burst like bubbles under the attack of his purple crescent moon. They didn't even have the slightest bit of offensive power, let alone the terrifying might from before. It was actually just an illusion. Lin Xian smiled at the moon demon Agars and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I was just teasing you. Don't be so serious." As he spoke, he swung the immortal dragon fire in his hand to both sides, and black lines of fire flew in all directions. These seemingly random black lines of fire seemed to have eyes, specifically looking for the demons who were fighting with the Federation powerhouses in the temple. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also locked on to the demon's opponent. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 or 8 devils that were struck and turned into mist before disappearing. The moon demon Agar's expression became solemn. He didn't expect the Light of Dawn monster hunters to have such an enhancement method. At this moment, after receiving the enhancement of spiritual power from others, Lin Xin was like a monster. He was definitely the most powerful fire mage in human history. The temperature of the black flames was so high that even he felt a great threat. Because of his outburst, the fighting spirit of the demons on the battlefield was extremely suppressed. Their original advantage was forcibly suppressed. Even the demon gods hid behind the demon god pillars, not daring to come out, lest they become the target of Lin Xion's attack. According to Agar's original plan, he would only be happy when encountering such a situation. At most, he would feel distressed for the death of his people. However, just now, with the reminder of the star demon Vashik, he already had other ideas about Long Houchen in the air, so he couldn't watch the demons be defeated just like that. He spread his hands on both sides of his body, and a crescent blade that was 1 meter long and 1 foot wide appeared in each of them. The crescent blades were bright purple, and the flickering purple light on them rippled like water. At this moment, the strength of the moon demon and the star demon was fully revealed. Agar's broke away from the battlefield with Shu Yongshao, but the star demon Vashik instantly enveloped Shu Yongshao in his attack range, making it impossible for her to leave the battlefield. Even in this situation, the star demon Vashik still didn't use his demon god form. If the moon demon and the star demon had used their full strength at the beginning of the battle, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation would have been unable to stop them long ago. A cold glint flashed in Agar's eyes, and the 12 wings on his back spread out. These 12 wings were not exactly the same. After all of them spread out on his back, they formed a huge circle. In the flickering purple light, it looked like a purple moon. The crescent blades in his hands were placed on both sides of his body. He stared intently at Lin Xian. The moon demon's gaze did not have a strong sense of oppression, but it made Lin Xian feel a sense of crisis like a thorn in his back, making him not dare to attack the other demons. The immortal dragon fire pointed at the moon demon Agar's, provoking him. Agar's snorted coldly, and the 12 wings on his back lit up at the same time. Suddenly, with his body as the diameter, a huge purple light like a full moon shone straight at Lin Xian. The black holy sun above Lin Xian's head lit up almost at the same time, and a huge black pillar of fire met Agar's attack. Black and purple instantly intersected in the air, bursting forth with a terrifying explosive force. Lin Xian floated in place without moving. To his surprise, the moon demon Agar's shoulders shook a little, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Not only was Lin Xian shocked, but the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were also shocked. In the hearts of all the powerhouses of the Temple Federation, the strongest among the demons was naturally Demon Emperor Feng Xiu, who was almost invincible. Moon Demon Agar's and Star Demon Vasak had always been the Demon Emperor's right-hand men, and their brilliance was completely overshadowed by the Demon Emperor. In everyone's opinion, the cultivation of the Moon Demon and Star Demon should be worlds apart from that of the Demon Emperor. However, at this time, Lin Xian had used his cultivation, which had reached the peak of rank 9 and rank 9, to verify the terror of the Moon Demon Agar's. In the demon god state, even if Agar's cultivation had not reached the peak of rank 9, it should be close to it. No wonder Agar still dared to stand in front of Lin Xian despite his tyrannical black flames. Lin Xian's attack was blocked by the Moon Demon, which undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into the hearts of the demons. Without anyone's command, all the demon gods hiding near the demon god pillars attacked again, commanding the demon army to pounce on the powerhouses of the Temple Federation who had just had some time to catch their breath. A chaotic battle broke out again. The purple figure suddenly became illusory in the air. This time, it was no longer an illusion. Lin Xin clearly wanted to repeat the same trick by using the 9 luminaries' erosion. However, Agar's might not be comparable to the demon god state in terms of absolute attack power, but in terms of agility, with so many people around him, he was completely incomparable to Agar's. The purple figure suddenly became illusory in the air. With that kind of speed, even the eyes could not follow. When the third black fireball flew out, the first one had already been slashed by Agar's crescent blade and split open. Although a layer of black flames ignited around Agar's body, it was all resolved by the 12 purple wings behind him. Without fusion, the power of the 9 luminaries' erosion could not be exerted. However, in Lin Xion's current state, if he wanted to directly release the 9 luminaries' erosion, not only would it consume too much of his own energy, but it would also be a great test for his body. It was not that he did not dare to try, but he could not take the risk. Once his body collapsed, it would inevitably implicate all his partners. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the 9 luminaries' erosion he released was destroyed one by the moon demon Agars. However, Agars did not take the initiative to attack Lin Xion. While fighting with Lin Xion, he still looked at the demon emperor and Long Houchen from time to time, who were confronting each other and recovering their spiritual power in the sky. Lin Xion also didn't use a big move like the 9 glorious corrosion anymore. He understood that the moon demon god Agars still hadn't gone all out against him. Otherwise, when he used the 9 glorious corrosion just now, he would have already revealed a few flaws. He once again displayed the path of cultivation he had walked. One after another, Fire God's fingers were constantly pointed at Agars, and the frequency of the attacks was so high that there was practically no pause. The black flames of the Fire God's finger were not only extremely powerful, but each Fire God's finger also contained the support of the Hellfire Needle. Even though Agars had a tyrannical cultivation base, he was a little tired under Lin Xion's intensive attack. He did not dare to look at the sky anymore, and he went all out to face Lin Xion. Brother Yu Yao was indeed powerful after the body enhancement. With the advantage of his slightly higher cultivation base, he could occasionally release a Fire God's finger in other directions and specifically target those rank 9 defiant demon dragons. Although a hasty Fire God's finger might not be able to kill the defiant demon dragons, it was enough to cause trouble for them. Choosing the defiant demon dragons instead of the moon demon and the star demon was also a smart move on Lin Xion. The members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad had long since received Long Houchen's instructions, and were aware of the moon demon god's wavering attitude in this war. After pondering for a bit, Lin Xion understood why Agars jumped out to deal with him. Wasn't it because his clansmen died? Therefore, he deliberately ignored the moon demon and the star demon this time and attacked the defiant demon dragons. This was undoubtedly what the moon demon Agars wanted to see the most. Naturally, he would not stop Lin Xion's actions. In fact, he could not help but feel a little admiration for this shameless guy. An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly appeared, causing the powerhouses on both sides to look up at the sky together. The dragon roar that could shake the heaven and earth naturally belonged to the demon god emperor. His 3,000-meter-long colossal body slowly straightened, and his blood-red draconic pupils gazed at the nearby Long Houchen. He coldly said, "Surrender or perish, you have one last chance to choose." The demon emperor's attitude towards Long Houchen had changed. The goal that he had hoped to achieve the most had been shattered. The cultivation base that Long Houchen had displayed had far exceeded his expectations. With Long Houchen's current realm, It was no longer possible for him to forcibly erase Long Houchen's memory and infuse his bloodline to nurture Long Houchen again. Unless Long Houchen completely surrendered to him and opened up his soul, he could become the successor that he nurtured. Although he still suppressed Long Houchen with his god-level strength, the current Long Houchen had given him a great sense of crisis. The Demon Emperor was very clear that with the help of the throne of God of Eternity and Creation and Yi Xiaolei, who was a godly spirit, it would not take many years for Long Houchen to take that step and enter the same realm as him. Moreover, with the help of Yi Xiaolei and the experience that the goddess of nature had left behind, he might also become a god that could break away from the rules. When that time came, not only would the demons suffer, but he, the Demon Emperor, would also not be able to fight against Long Houchen. The Demon Emperor Feng Xiu was an ambitious and ruthless person. When he realized that a situation that was out of his control could happen, the trace of kinship that appeared in his heart because of his bloodline was instantly wiped away. Long Houchen looked coldly at the Demon Emperor. "You should know the answer." The cold eyes of the Demon Emperor Feng Xiu were filled with a blazing killing intent. "I want to hear it from your own mouth. If you choose to surrender, then hand over the godly position that the goddess of nature left behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you a second time." Long Houchen snorted coldly. "Your Majesty Demon Emperor, are you so confident that you can kill me? There's one thing that you haven't considered. Before we fought today, do you think that I would have thought that the armor of eternity would complete its awakening and evolution in battle? Is the will of the God of creation something that I can accurately predict?" Hearing this, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning behind Long Houchen's words. "What's the point of saying all this now? Surrender or die?" Long Houchen was talking to himself. "I just want to tell you that since I know that I'm no match for you in terms of cultivation, but I still appeared in front of you and led this sacred war, I naturally have my own trump card. And this trump card is definitely something that can bring you enough of a blow. The unexpected awakening of the throne of God of eternity and creation only made me more confident. I believe that even if I can't step into the realm that belongs to the gods, you're still no match for me." As he spoke, Long Houchen raised his right hand and opened the mask of the armor of eternity and creation on his face. Behind the mask, his extremely handsome face was revealed. At the same time, Long Houchen tapped his finger lightly on his forehead, where there were 9 purple gold patterns. Seeing the purple gold patterns, the Demon Emperor's body suddenly trembled, and he said coldly, "You want to use the trace of bloodline aura that Austin Griffin left you to deal with me? Humph, Austin Griffin hasn't fully awakened after all. Do you think the trace of aura he left behind can surpass that of the God of creation?" Although he said so, there was a hint of fear in his huge blood-red eyes. Although the Demon Emperor hid it very well, Long Houchen still clearly felt it. The hearts of the Moon Demon Agars and Star Demon Vasak, who were in the air below, were on tenterhooks at this moment. They both knew very well that whether the situation they were most worried about would happen depended on this moment, and it would also determine their next move. Long Houchen did not answer the Demon Emperor's words, and the purple gold light on his forehead lit up. As he raised his right hand, the purple gold light slowly appeared in his eyes, and the terrifying purple gold light began to appear in the air, forming a sharp contrast with the white armor of eternity and creation. The Demon Emperor's gaze finally changed dramatically, because he was horrified to feel that the aura emitted by the purple gold halo was far stronger than he had expected. He couldn't wait any longer. Stimulated by the fear in his heart, the Demon Emperor suddenly turned around, and his huge dragon tail went straight for Long Houchen's body. Dark blue lightning instantly condensed on the dragon tail, turning into a terrifying dark blue light blade. From the looks of it, it was clearly going to cut Long Houchen in half. Long Houchen's gaze froze, and the purple gold light seemed to jump and appear in his palm. Immediately afterward, his body disappeared in midair. A huge vertical eye appeared silently in midair. The vertical eye was huge, and the moment it appeared, it reached a height of more than 50 meters. It was even more strange because this eye produced two colors. The outline at the edge of the eye was white like the sword of eternity and creation, while the other side was a deep purple-gold color that didn't emit any aura. The contrast between the two colors was very clear, and what was even more terrifying was that there were actually two pupils in the huge eyeball. One was white and the other was purple-gold. Moreover, the two pupils seemed to be trying to fuse together, and they intertwined with each other, forming a yin and yang fish that rotated interchangeably. The demon god emperor's enormous draconic tail had already arrived, and it was also at this moment that those miraculous Brahma eyes brightened. Purple gold and lustrous white, two completely different and completely opposite radiances, shot out explosively in the air, colliding with the frightening power bursting out of the demon god emperor's enormous body. At this moment, the demon emperor had already recovered to his peak state, while the current Long Houchen had only recovered 30% of his spiritual power. One could imagine the difference between the two? However, the difference in strength didn't mean the outcome. It was impossible for the human powerhouses to rescue Long Houchen, because they simply didn't have enough strength to intervene in this battle between gods, and they didn't have the time to make a move. Kai-Er's eyes instantly closed, and the violent trembling of her body almost destroyed the effect of the spiritual enhancement. In the next instant, a deafening scream rang out in all directions. Hearing this scream, Kai-Er opened her eyes immediately. She was too familiar with everything about Long Houchen, but that scream didn't belong to Long Houchen, so how could she not recognize it? When Kai-Er looked up at the sky again, she was completely stunned because she saw a rain of blood splattering all over the sky. The color of the blood couldn't be seen clearly, but she could see scales that were much larger than millstones falling from the sky. High up in the sky, the huge vertical eye was gradually fading away, while the demon god emperor's dragon tail had been completely swept away. Those scales and blood were coming from a terrifyingly huge wound on the dragon tail. The demon god emperor was unexpectedly injured, and it seemed that the injury wasn't light at all, while Long Houchen's Brahma's eye wasn't affected in the slightest. What a sharp contrast, and how inconceivable! The moon demon Agars and the star demon Vasak looked at each other, and they both saw the intense fear in each other's hearts. What they were most worried about finally happened. If it weren't for the appearance of that power, how could Long Houchen hurt the demon emperor at his peak? High in the sky, the Brahma's eye gradually faded, and the demon emperor's huge body was already thousands of meters away from Long Houchen. His huge body was shrinking at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu's human form was presented in front of Long Houchen again. There were bloodstains on his right calf, which was obviously where he was injured just now. Long Houchen's figure also reappeared in everyone's sight. The only difference from before was that the sword of eternity and creation was held in his left hand, and in his right hand, there was a huge purplish-gold sword. In terms of size, this purplish-gold sword was almost the same size as the sword of eternity and creation. The purplish-gold light was restrained, and there were dark patterns of 8 colors on the huge blade. The strangest thing was the hilt of the sword, which was formed by 8 heads that protected Long Houchen's right hand. At this moment, Long Houchen had taken off his mask, and the purplish-gold rune on his forehead shone brightly. It was as if he had an extra eye, and the aura on his body had undergone a tremendous change. The originally smooth and gentle creation energy only occupied half of his aura, while the other half was a terrifying aura that was filled with a monstrous battle intent. In this terrifying aura, there was also an unparalleled hatred. This hatred was directed at the demon emperor, who was not far in front of Long Houchen. Looking at the purplish-gold sword in Long Houchen's hand, Long Houchen's pupils contracted. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Houchen, and his body, which was already a demigod, was trembling slightly. It's not dead. The demon emperor's voice was also trembling, and his voice was filled with disbelief, as if he was about to collapse. Long Houchen stared coldly at the demon emperor, and a faint layer of purple rippled in the depths of his clear golden eyes. He said, "I never said that Haoyue was dead. Did you think that you could kill him just because you killed me? You underestimated Haoyue's vitality, and also underestimated the strength of my soul." At this point, he couldn't help but thank Electrolux in his heart. If it wasn't for the Tower of Eternity, his soul would have dissipated. If it wasn't for Electrolux's rescue, he wouldn't be standing here today, and finally suppressing the Demon Emperor, who had ruled the Holy Demon Continent for 6,000 years during the Dark Age. At this moment, Long Houchen had completely forgiven Electrolux. The past was the past, and the best reward for Electrolux was to break through the Dark Age and let humanity return to a period of peace and development. Looking at the purple-gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchen's hand, the Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, 8, 8 and only 8. Austin Griffin hasn't fully awakened yet, we still have a chance. Agars, Vasak, what are you two waiting for? Do you really want to wait for Austin Griffin to fully awaken and destroy this world? As he spoke, Demon Emperor's body suddenly dodged backward, further widening the distance between him and Long Houchen. The demon god's sword reappeared in his hand, and he pointed the giant's sword into the air. A dark golden light lit up behind him, with a black center and a faint reddish-gold periphery. The demon emperor's black eyes in his human form also turned red. After the moon demon god Agars and the star demon god Vasak looked at each other, a resolute look appeared in their eyes. The two demon gods rose into the sky at the same time. In the process of ascending, the purple full moon formed by the 12 wings behind Agars became brighter and brighter, while a huge orange starlight appeared behind the star demon god Vasak. Seeing the sudden reaction of the two demon gods, Long Houchen's expression did not change. Long before the war began, he had already guessed what would happen if he used Haoyue's power. This was also an important reason why Long Houchen did not let Haoyue help him, and only faced the Demon Emperor alone. What he was most worried about was that the appearance of Haoyue would cause all the demon gods to unite against a common enemy, especially the moon demon Agars, who was already on his side. Of course, it was impossible for him not to rely on Haoyue's power, but to deliberately delay it. His purpose was to stall for time, so that the war in front of the dragon-resisting pass could be set as much as possible. As it turned out, Long Houchen had actually succeeded by more than half. Under the intentional mercy of the Moon Demon and the Star Demon, the Temple Federation powerhouses of the dragon-resisting pass did not suffer too much of a loss. On the contrary, they even had a slight advantage, especially after the Light of Dawn monster hunters used the conjoined spirit-enhancing technique, which further weakened the strength of the demons. At this time, with the Moon Demon and the Star Demon participating in the battle against Long Houchen, the humans and the demons had the upper hand in terms of strength. After all, there were two 9th-rank 7 powerhouses and a pinnacle 9th-rank 9 spirit-enhanced conjoined version of Lin Exen. However, whether it was the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, or the Star Demon, they did not seem to care about what was happening below. When Long Houchen saw the resolute look in the eyes of the Moon Demon Agars and the Star Demon Vasak, he could not help but ask himself, why were they so afraid of Haoyue that the Moon Demon, who was clearly at odds with the Demon Emperor, would go back on his word at this critical moment? The three lights, sun, moon, and stars. The Demon Emperor shouted, raising the heaven-defying demon god's sword high up, and a sharp dark golden pillar of light shot into the sky with his body as the base. The Moon Demon Agars and the Star Demon Vasak also moved at the same time. Agars raised the pair of crescent blades in his hands, and a huge purple pillar of light shot into the sky. As for the Star Demon Vasak, he completed his demon god transformation as his body rose into the sky. An orange-red robe that shone with starlight covered his entire body, and a starlight staff appeared in his right hand. The oval gem at the top had 6 bright star lines shining. At this time, he raised the staff high, and a huge orange-red light shot into the sky. 3 rays of light of different colors but extremely terrifying power formed a triangle in the air, surrounding Long Houchen. However, Long Houchen did something that inexplicably infuriated the 3 demon gods. He ignored the 3 demon gods at all, lowered his head, and shouted to the human powerhouses below, "Clear the battlefield, the Federation will win." These simple words meant that Long Houchen did not need their help, so much so that Lin Xin and the Light of Dawn monster hunters, who were already flying, stopped. Lin Xin turned to look at Kai behind him and said, "Deputy Commander, what do we do?" Kai clenched her teeth and said, "Listen to him and do as he says. Let's clean up the battlefield first. After we solve the problem below, we'll go and help him." Okay. The smile on Lin Xion's face disappeared, and in its place was solemn. A low incantation sounded, and the immortal dragon fire in his hand began to move in a strange rhythm. Behind him, Kai Wang Yuanyuan, Chen Ying Sima Xian, Han Yu, and Zhang Fangfang all felt their spiritual power being sucked away by Lin Xian at an alarming rate. Needless to say, this guy was going to use another big move, and it was a skill that was even more powerful than the 9 luminaries' erosion. The black holy sun above Lin Xion's head finally began to grow in size, and it only stopped when it reached a diameter of about 30 meters. A somewhat hoarse phoenix cry rang out quietly. Immediately after, Lin Xion's body swayed, and a dense black light surged up from his chest and entered the black holy sun. Chapter 303. In the next moment, a resonant phoenix cry resounded in the battlefield of the dragon-resisting mountain pass. A black phoenix over 30 meters long drilled out from the holy sun. The blue fire phoenix had now completely transformed into a black phoenix. A dense dark blue mist revolved around its body. After the black fire phoenix appeared, it immediately appeared in front of Lin Xion. It unexpectedly nodded towards him, then spread its wings and dove straight towards the battlefield below. In the next moment, monstrous black flames also descended from the sky. After Lin Xion used this magic, his entire face was ashen. He closed his eyes and concentrated on recovering his magic power. The others were also the same. This magic just now had actually absorbed more than 2/3 of everyone's spiritual power. In other words, this black fire phoenix was equivalent to being condensed from millions of spiritual power. One could imagine the battle strength it could erupt on the battlefield. With Xu Yong Xiao and Xiao Hua as the leaders, the human powerhouses also launched an all-out counterattack. Who would have thought that Long Hao would actually be able to restrain the Demon Emperor, and even cause the Moon Demon and Star Demon to assist the Demon Emperor in besieging him? With such a good opportunity, no matter what, the Federation powerhouses wouldn't let it go. With the help of the Black Fire Phoenix, in an instant, the battle in front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass had become a one-sided situation. The Black Fire Phoenix flew into the battlefield and spread its wings. Thousands of square meters were covered in black flames, and this terrifying black flame was something that even the demon gods couldn't avoid. If the other demons were touched by it, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. The battle in front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass had already been decided, but in the sky, a fierce battle of 1 against 3 had just begun. Long Houchen's expression was very solemn, but he was now unprecedentedly confident. When the Haoyue once again transformed into the purple-gold Haoyue sword, he suddenly had an unprecedented confidence. When the Moon Demon and Star Demon joined the battle, the emotion that Haoyue transmitted to him was contempt. This was also the reason why Long Houchen didn't ask his companions to help. He believed in Haoyue's judgment of the enemy's strength. Although he knew that the 8-headed Haoyue's cultivation was at the 7th rank, don't forget that when the Haoyue was only 6-headed, the Demon Emperor wasn't willing to face it personally. Instead, He wanted to kill Long Houchen and let it die along with the Haoyue sword. One could imagine how great the deterrent effect of the Haoyue on the demons was. In this situation, Long Houchen was very calm. Facing the three strongest demons, he was surprisingly calm. From the purple-gold Haoyue sword, a huge amount of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, and very quickly, his cultivation recovered to its peak state. Moreover, a purple-gold halo appeared under Long Houchen's feet. Every time the halo flickered, all the scattered elements in the air would all gather into Long Houchen's body and transform into his power. The purple-gold Haoyue sword in his hand was the same. This divine sword that was formed from Haoyue could actually absorb external energy to strengthen itself. Dark gold, purple, orange. The three pillars of light gradually stagnated in the sky. Finally, the light disappeared, and a sun, a moon, and a star appeared above the heads of the three demon gods. In the sky, the three colors intertwined and shone brightly. An indescribable huge pressure instantly poured down on Long Houchen's body. Even with his current peak level 9 strength and the power of the eternity and creation throne of God, he actually felt like he couldn't withstand it. The armor of eternity and creation on his body actually let out a teeth-aching sound. What kind of power was this? Formation? The demon emperor and the rest actually knew how to set up a formation, and the amplification was so terrifying? Just when Long Houchen couldn't even lift the two swords in his hands, a layer of purple-gold light from the purple-gold Haoyue sword returned to his body, covering the armor of eternity and creation with a layer of purple gold. All the pressure disappeared in an instant. A layer of purple-gold light rippled on Long Houchen's body, and his eyes also turned purple gold. Haoyue's power could indeed restrain the demons. Long Houchen was overjoyed. He understood that Haoyue's restraint on the demons was like Kai-Er's purification power on the demon god of necromancy, Samakina. It might even be more effective. Otherwise, the demon emperor wouldn't have suffered under the eyes of Brahma just now, and even called the moon demon and star demon to participate in the battle. Long Houchen didn't look at the demon god emperor, and instead turned to look at the moon demon god Agars on his left, saying, "Senior Agars, our cooperation has already reached this degree, and is already close to completion. Why bother? As long as we work together to kill the demon emperor, I will definitely keep my promise. Don't you believe in my promise to Yu Yi?" Hearing Long Houchen's words, the demon emperor's face turned ashen. It was one thing to guess it, but it was another to hear it from Long Houchen's own mouth. The demon emperor was furious that his greatest helper had betrayed him. However, he surprisingly didn't reprimand or scold the moon demon Agars. Agars wasn't calm either. He frowned and stared at the purple-gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchen's right hand. "Long Houchen, our cooperation is over. The death of Austin Griffin is the main premise and foundation of our cooperation. Even if His Majesty blames me or even executes me after I kill you today, at this time, I must unite with him against a common enemy and kill you, especially Austin Griffin." Long Houchen was stunned for a moment. His intention in saying this to Agars was naturally to sow discord between the moon demon and the demon emperor. The alliance of the three demon gods had brought great pressure to him. He couldn't lose. If he lost, it would mean the destruction of humanity. Therefore, he tried to sound Agars out, but he didn't expect Agars's answer to be so resolute. Star demon Vasak didn't listen, but from his eyes, it could be seen that he and the moon demon Agars had the same thoughts. Long Houchen asked doubtfully, "Why? Is killing Haoyue that important to you?" Moon demon Agars said in a deep voice, "I'm willing to help you and you humans because I hope that my race can continue in the way humans do, have the power of creation, and live better. However, Austin Griffin's existence means destruction, complete destruction. When destruction really comes, even you won't be able to control him. Long Houchen, there's no need to say more. Today, either you kill all of us or we destroy Austin Griffin." As he spoke, he pointed the crescent blade in his hand at Long Houchen, and the purple moon in the sky instantly lit up. The demon god emperor and the star demon god similarly pointed the weapons in their hands at Long Houchen. For a moment, Long Houchen's entire body was under an unimaginably terrifying pressure. Within the triangle formed by the three demon gods, layers upon layers of space had already begun to shatter. If it were anyone else, they would have long since been crushed into fine powder by this terrifying pressure. Inside the dragon-resisting mountain pass, a woman dressed in white was standing under the city wall, looking up at the sky. She had been here for a while. She was so beautiful, as if she didn't eat the food of this world. However, at this time, her eyes were filled with tears. Because she clenched her fists too tightly, her nails pierced her palms, and drops of blood flowed down from the gaps between her fingers. Her black hair fluttered behind her head. She fiercely clenched her teeth and climbed the stairs step by step towards the direction of Yulong Pass. At this time, there weren't many human experts left in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Those who remained were cannoneers who could use magic cannons, as well as those who were fighting outside the city. The appearance of this woman in white was very abrupt, but if Long Houchen saw her, he would definitely shout in shock, "Mommy? That's right, this woman in white was Bai Yu." Knowing that the holy war was about to begin, Bai Yu had already retreated like the others. However, halfway through her retreat, she quietly turned back. Of course, the escorts wanted to stop her, but even though Bai Yu didn't have much cultivation, she was the mother of the current Temple Federation President Long Houchen, the wife of the Knights Templars Adjudication and Judgment Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu. How could a few escorts stop her when she was determined to do something? Her reason was very simple: she wanted to live and die together with her husband and son. In the end, under the reverent gaze of the escorts, she walked back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass and coincidentally appeared in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Looking at Long Houchen, who was surrounded by the three great demon gods in the sky, Bai Yu's eyes were already hazy. Tears constantly flowed down her cheeks, and her mouth constantly asked, why. Of course, Long Houchen didn't know that his mother was walking step by step towards the top of the city wall. At this time, his mind had completely calmed down. His hands tightly grasped the two divine swords, and at the same time, his mind and Haoyue's mind gradually fused as one. A terrifying aura was transmitted from Haoyue's bloodline to him. Long Houchen suddenly felt as if there was no power in this world that could stop him. This feeling came very suddenly, but it was so real that he didn't notice the changes in his body until the moment when he raised the purple-gold Haoyue sword in his right hand. In the next moment, Long Houchen moved. His body seemed to move under the guidance of the purple-gold Haoyue sword. In the sky, a purple-gold figure suddenly appeared in a flash. That's right, it was a flash. First, it flashed to the left. It was that flash that caused the sky to darken for a moment, and the three great demon gods simultaneously attacked Long Houchen under the influence of the aura. In the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars shone brightly at the same time, and the aura of the three great demon gods instantly blended into a special sun, moon, and stars sealing domain. In the sky, a huge rune descended from the sky and branded itself onto Long Houchen's body. The triangle formed by the three demon gods also spun rapidly, preventing Long Houchen from locating them. This was the first time that the sun, moon, and stars sealing formation had appeared on the holy demon continent. It was also the first time that the three powerhouses, the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, and the Star Demon, had joined forces. They were very clear that as long as the huge sealing rune landed on Long Houchen's body, he would definitely die, not to mention that he wasn't a god yet. This was because this sealing formation existed to deal with gods, and was also known as the God-destroying formation. The 72 demon god pillars originally didn't belong to this world. What was the reason for their appearance in this world? Only the demon gods themselves knew that after 6,000 years of evolution, even the lower-ranked demon gods were no longer clear on what had happened. However, the demon god emperor, the moon demon god, and the star demon god, who were ranked in the top 3, were extremely clear on what had happened. The 3 demon god pillars appeared in midair at the same time as their bodies began to spin, respectively connecting them to the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. The huge rune that descended from the sky also became brighter. But at this moment, the purple gold and white luster suddenly shone brightly like never before. The first target that Long Houchen's flashing figure found was the star demon, Vesak. Although the moon demon god Agar's strength was higher than Vesak's, in Long Houchen's heart, apart from the demon god emperor, the one he feared the most was the star demon god. Perhaps it was because the encounter in the star demon tower was caused by the star demon god. Vesak was not afraid at all because he did not believe that Long Houchen still had the power to attack the 3 of them in the sun, moon, and stars sealing formation. He had personally experienced that terrifying pressure, and he had killed a god in the world that belonged to the demons. Long Houchen was very strong, but Austin Griffin had not truly awakened, and Long Houchen was still far from being a god. The armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchen's body began to make cracking sounds because the rune that descended from the sky was getting closer and closer. Although this was just an illusion, it could also show how terrifying the pressure in the sealing formation was. However, Long Houchen still pounced on Vesak without hesitation, as if the triangular rotation could not affect his judgment at all. In the next instant, Vesak suddenly felt an indescribable chill spread all over his body. No, this is impossible. Yes, a scene that even Long Houchen himself felt was impossible happened. The light and shadow disappeared in a flash, and the orange starlight in the sky suddenly dimmed. Long Houchen, who was in the triangular sealing formation, disappeared instantly. Just like that, his body swept past the star demon god Vesak's body. With a flash of beauty, he quietly appeared 100 feet behind Vesak. He also appeared 100 feet away from the sun-moon star sealing formation. The demon emperor was stunned, and so was the moon demon Agar's. Meanwhile, star demon Vesak still had a look of disbelief on his face. He murmured, "My prophecy was right, it was right. The wrath of heaven has arrived." I. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, and Vesak's originally youthful face aged at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he had become wrinkled and had white hair. The moment the last trace of life disappeared from his body, star demon Vesak turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Only his demon god's crown shone instantly and turned into a speck of starlight that merged into his star demon pillar and disappeared. All the human powerhouses who saw this scene in the sky could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and they revealed indescribable shock. What kind of strength was this? Was their Federation chairman still human? With his own strength, not only had he been dealing with the Demon Emperor, but at this moment, under the siege of Demon Emperor Feng Xiu, Moon Demon Agar's, and Star Demon Vesak, he had instantly killed the Star Demon and successfully broken through the sealing formation formed by the 3 demon gods. Was this really something a human could do? However, no matter how much they refused to believe it, the Star Demon pillar in the sky had gradually dimmed, which meant that Star Demon Vesak had really died. With Vesak dead, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu and Moon Demon Agar's revealed a trace of unprecedented fear in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the purple gold Haoyue sword in Long Houchen's hand suddenly shone with a purple light, and a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly erupted from this super-divine sword. What Long Houchen did not notice was that in the center of the sword's 8 edges, a gray light flashed and disappeared. The attack he used to kill Vesak just now was inherited from Xiaohua. It was the second sword of the 3 swords that Xiaohua had taught him, and it was called Momentary Beauty. This sword's original name was Momentary Beauty, but Long Houchen integrated his domain skill that could control the process of life into it, forming an ability that was more suitable for him, so he renamed it Momentary Beauty. The star demon had died because of that instant of youth. However, Long Houchen had never thought that his combat power could reach such a level. This seemed to be a power that no longer belonged to him. At the moment when he used Momentary Beauty, he clearly felt that the sword of eternity and creation in his left hand did not exert much power at all. All the power of the attack came from the purple-gold Haoyue sword in his right hand. Haoyue was connected to his mind. Whatever he knew, Haoyue could naturally comprehend. Such a perfect sword could be said to be Long Houchen's strongest attack in his life. Instinctively, the purple-gold Haoyue sword in his hand swept across the air, and a terrifying purple light with a destructive aura instantly filled the sky. The giant rune that had fallen from the sky had already started to collapse after losing the star demon's support. When the purple light from Long Houchen's sword landed on it, the terrifying explosive force almost tore the entire sky apart. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu and Moon Demon Agars fell from the sky almost instantly and landed on the ground. At this moment, there was a hint of despair in their eyes. That's right, the top powerhouses of the demons who had ruled the continent for more than 6,000 years were actually feeling despair now. Long Houchen could not be bothered to think about how he had become so powerful. He almost did not hesitate to choose to chase after Demon Emperor Feng Xiu. In any case, he still had a good impression of Moon Demon Agars. If Agar's organization had not provided the Temple Federation with timely information, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge victory in the battle between the southeast stronghold and Wanshou Pass. They would not have been able to control the holy war at their own pace. Moreover, the survival of Demon Emperor Feng Xiu was crucial to this holy war. If they could kill the Demon Emperor, it would mean the end of this holy war, and it would also mean the complete end of the Holy Demon Continent's Dark Age. Long Houchen turned into a purple-gold rainbow in the sky and instantly descended. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the Temple Federation and the demons felt their hearts in their throat. They all held their breath. The eyes of the powerhouses of the demons were filled with shock, while the eyes of the powerhouses of the humans were filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu, is he going to perish? At this time, on top of the Yulong Pass, a heart-wrenching scream resounded. No, you can't kill him. The entire battlefield was huge, with hundreds of Type 9 powerhouses fighting here. Outside the dragon-resisting pass, dozens of li were their battlefield. At this moment, because of Long Houchen's pursuit of the Demon Emperor, the entire battlefield had turned silent. And in this silence, this sudden hoarse scream broke the silence. If it was just a simple voice, it would not affect Wu Houchen's decision. However, this voice was far too familiar to him. Moreover, the owner of the voice actually leapt down from the top of the dragon-resisting mountain pass walls at the same time as he let out this shriek. Even if Long Houchen was the leader of the humans, he was still a normal human. Killing the Demon Emperor was important, but to him, his mother's life was much more important. The purple light instantly changed direction in the air, accurately catching the white figure that had jumped down from the dragon-resisting pass, bringing her down to the ground. That's right, the one who had screamed to stop Long Houchen from killing the Demon Emperor was precisely Baiyu, who had climbed up the Yulong Pass earlier. When Baiyu saw the three demon gods besieging Long Houchen, her eyes were filled with despair. However, the situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Her son, who had been at an absolute disadvantage a moment ago, had broken through the encirclement the next moment and gained an absolute advantage. Baiyu was very clear that she shouldn't have screamed. She should have watched Long Houchen kill the Demon Emperor. But the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for decades completely erupted at this moment. When she screamed, she had completely lost her mind. Her cheeks were already covered with tears. At the same time as she screamed, the pain in her heart made her unable to bear it any longer. She leaped down and jumped off the city wall. Long Houchen caught his mother, but his mother's eyes were tightly closed. The incomparably firm faith in his heart wavered at this moment. The words that the demon emperor had said to him before the start of the battle were like poisonous insects biting his brain. At this moment, the powerful Long Houchen's body could not help but tremble slightly. A beam of red light instantly fell from the sky on the battlefield. It landed beside Long Houchen and Bai Yu. He took Bai Yu from Long Houchen's hands and pointed at the demon emperor who had fallen to the ground with agars, creating a large crater. He roared, "Long Houchen, kill him quickly! Kill him, and we humans will be able to rush out of the Dark Age and restore the Great Land." The one who suddenly rushed over and hugged Bai Yu was Long Houchen's father, the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, Long Xingwu. However, at this time, Long Xingwu's face was a bit distorted, and his expression was even more ferocious, as if he was enduring some great pain. If not for the words that the demon emperor had said before the start of the battle, Long Houchen naturally would not have thought much about it. But at this moment, his mother actually jumped down the dragon resisting pass for the sake of the demon emperor. At this moment, his heart was really full of pain. "No, don't." Bai Yu struggled in Long Xingwu's arms and shouted, "Long Houchen, you can't, no matter who kills him, it can't be you, he is your pa." Long Xingwu slapped Bai Yu's face, blocking the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Father." Long Houchen hurriedly took a step forward and grabbed his father's hand. Bai Yu was on the ground, staring blankly at him, her whole body trembling. In her memory, Long Xingwu had not even said a single harsh word to her, let alone hit her. In the deep pit, the demon emperor and the moon demon both stood up, but at this time, the despair in their eyes had not dissipated. Looking at the appearance of Long Houchen's family, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, "Long Xingwu, what qualifications do you have to hit her?" Long Xingwu turned around abruptly to look at the Demon Emperor. In the depths of his eyes, there was an incomparable hatred. "Why can't I hit her? No matter what happened to her in the past, I don't care about it and I don't care about it. I've even broken through that barrier in my heart. But why? Why doesn't she think about her son? Houchen is the chairman of the Temple Federation. Everything that Houchen does is not just for himself, but for the entire Temple Federation. In order to stop Houchen from killing you, she actually chose to jump off the city wall and said things that she shouldn't. Isn't she afraid that Houchen's reputation will be ruined because of this?" Demon Emperor said coldly, "Ruin my reputation? What a disgrace. Do you think I won't say it if she doesn't?" At this time, both sides on the battlefield had landed from the sky. However, the powerhouses of the demons that the Demon Emperor had brought could only be described as withered. In the battle just now, the Black Phoenix released by Lin Xian had exploded with extremely terrifying attack power. Among the 19 demon gods that the Demon Emperor had brought, other than him and the moon demon Agars, there were only 6 demon gods left alive. Moreover, no matter which race the demons were from, there had been a large number of casualties. It could be said that even if Long Houchen hadn't defeated him, the demons had already damaged their foundation. Not to mention that in the battle just now, Long Houchen had even killed the star demon Vasak. The person leading you to break through the darkness of my demon race, the Federation chairman, actually has the blood of my demon god Emperor Fengxiu flowing in his veins. The demon god Emperor's ice-cold voice transmitted into the ears of every powerhouse on both sides. The remaining demons were all shocked. The Temple Federation was the same. If it weren't for the scene just now between Long Xingwu and his wife, the powerhouses of the Temple Federation wouldn't have believed the Demon Emperor who was their enemy. They would only think that he was sowing discord. However, from the expressions of Long Xingwu and his wife, as well as Long Houchen himself, they could see that what the Demon Emperor said might be true. Long Xingwu's body trembled with anger. He turned fiercely to Bai Yu. His emotions finally couldn't control because of the demon emperor's words. He said, "Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied to see Houchen being questioned like this? Why did you do this? I clearly didn't care about it anymore. Why did you still say that Houchen was his son? Did you know that Feng Xiu had already killed Houchen once in the Star Demon Tower in the heart of Demon City? Why? I have loved you for so many years. I've loved you for so many years. In my life, apart from my mother who passed away long ago, you're the only woman I love deeply. I can forgive you no matter what you've done wrong, but you've always been thinking about him. You're even willing to sacrifice your life for him. I don't understand. I really don't understand what I've done wrong for you to be so heartless." When Houchen returned from the demon world to participate in the grand competition of the Saint Hall, I had even completely treated him as my own son. Why do you still have to hurt my heart so much? Why? Bai Yu's eyes widened as she listened to Long Xingwu's words. She struggled to get up from the ground, raised her right hand, and stretched out her index finger to point at Long Xingwu. Due to excessive agitation, her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she would collapse at any time. Long Houchen took a step forward and supported his mother. He injected his gentle natural life force into his mother's body to help Bai Yu's body stabilize. He really didn't want to face everything in front of him, but everything had already happened. He had to face it. He had already thought it through. No matter what, he couldn't let the demon emperor go. This concerned the future of millions of humans. If he didn't kill him today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it a second time. He kept telling himself in his heart that the bloodline that belonged to the demon emperor in his body had long been extinguished when he was killed by the demon emperor in the Star Demon Tower. Now, he was only his enemy, only his enemy. Slap! To everyone's surprise, Bai Yu stood up, pointed at Long Xingwu, and was speechless for a long time. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. "You bastard!" Because of anger, Bai Yu's beautiful face was even a little distorted. On one side of her pretty face, there was still the palm print left by Long Xingwu. "I'm a bastard?" Long Xingwu was also a little stunned. He had imagined countless times how Bai Yu would react when he and Long Xingwu laid all their cards on the table. But he never thought that it would be like this. She actually slapped him. "If you're not a bastard, then what are you? You have to say that your wife is cheating on you, and that your son is someone else's son. In this world, is there anyone more of a bastard than you?" After hearing Long Xingwu's words, the demon emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, he flew into a rage and scolded Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu was stunned and his mind went blank. The demon emperor said that Long Houchen wasn't his son? Also, what did he mean by cheating? What was going on? What was going on? As smart as he was, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Bai Yu suddenly burst into tears. "I'm willing to die for him because half of his blood runs in me. He is my father. Long Houchen is your biological son. How could you doubt me like this, and even doubt me for decades?" Not to mention Long Xingwu, even Long Houchen and all the human experts were dumbfounded. This was really a little chaotic, so much so that these peak existences were somewhat dumbfounded. Many people didn't understand what was going on. "Mom, what's going on? What's going on?" Long Houchen anxiously asked his mother. Bai Yu raised her head to look at Long Houchen, and tears flowed down her face. "Long Houchen, I never thought that your father would think this way. No wonder he was so cruel and insisted on keeping you in Odin Town. He wanted to nurture your abilities. I don't know how many times I asked him, but he refused to bring you here. He even disappeared for a very, very long time. It turns out that he actually thought that I betrayed him, and said that even you aren't his child." Long Xingwu stood there in a daze. He couldn't say a word to refute. He only felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He had been suffering in his heart for more than 20 years, but now it seemed that everything was just a misunderstanding. This was a huge blow to him, and he couldn't accept this fact at all. Demon Emperor looked at Long Houchen with a gloomy face. At this time, his heart was also filled with strange emotions. The battle was actually over now. He knew very well that with Austin Griffin's help, he could no longer defeat Long Houchen. At this time, while listening to Bayou's sobbing voice, his brain was working at high speed, thinking about how to change the situation in front of him. Bayou stood up with Long Houchen's help. She said in a slightly trembling voice, "Long Xingwu, was it me who tarnished Long Houchen's reputation, or was it you? What right do you have to say that he isn't your son?" Long Xingwu said subconsciously, "His innate mental strength is different from ordinary people. This is clearly a symbol of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. Moreover, he doesn't look like me." Bayou said coldly, "What's wrong with a son looking like a mother? Then why don't you say where the light attribute in his body comes from? Is it from the demon emperor? Your heart has been blinded by jealousy and hatred. You have always treated your son as the enemy's child. You actually think that your wife is unfaithful. You don't trust me that much." Long Xingwu said bitterly, "Back then, you were taken away by the demons for 10 years. I thought you were dead, but when I found you in Odin Town, I found that you already had Houchen. I couldn't help but doubt it." Bayou took a deep breath, but tears gushed out again. She cried in a trembling voice, You bastard, since you had doubts, why didn't you ask me? Why?" Long Xingwu's voice also choked. "How could I ask? How could I ask? I love you so much that I don't want you to suffer even the slightest bit of harm. How could I ask you such a hurtful question? And you never had the intention to reveal it to me, At this time, Long Houchen's mood was as if he had been thrown to the ground and then lifted to the clouds. He finally vaguely understood that this seemed to be a misunderstanding. He was not the son of the demon emperor, but the grandson of the demon emperor. His mother was the daughter of the demon emperor, and Abao, who was severely injured by him, turned out to be his uncle. Chapter 304. Bayou's sorrowful face calmed down a little. She suddenly turned around and hugged Long Houchen tightly, saying, "I'm sorry, Long Houchen, I'm sorry. I've caused you harm. I shouldn't have hidden everything from you and caused this misunderstanding that almost turned into a huge mistake. I'm sorry, I've let you down, I've made you suffer so much all these years." That's right, ever since Long Houchen started cultivating with Long Xingwu for 2 years, Long Xingwu left with Bayou, causing him to lose the care and love of his parents. Over the next 10 years, he could only rely on himself, experiencing countless life and death tribulations. If it wasn't for the fact that luck had always been on his side, Long Houchen would have died on the road ahead. And throughout these 10 years, whether it was Long Xingwu or Bayou, they had never really helped him in any way. Long Houchen's body swayed slightly. After more than 10 years of experience, his will was already as firm as steel. But at this moment, his heart was filled with pain. Only now did he realize that his father had never treated him as his own son. So, why had he raised him? Was it so that he could one day kill the demon emperor, and put on a show of what he thought would be a father and son killing each other? Long Houchen's heart was filled with bitterness. In this misunderstanding, Long Xingwu had been hurt, Bayou had also been hurt, but the one who had suffered the most and was the most innocent was him. He clearly had parents, but for more than 10 years, he had never received the care and love of his parents, and was even suspected by his own father. He wasn't an orphan, but he was more like an orphan. At least, orphans had no hope of loving their parent. But he clearly had hope, but it was trampled on. Taking a deep breath, Long Houchen looked up at the sky, forcing himself not to cry. He hugged his mother in his arms and said with difficulty, "Mom, I don't blame you. You brought me into this world, that's already the greatest kindness. I don't have the right to blame you. I just want to know what the truth is, why you are the daughter of the demon emperor, And what happened before I spoke? Baiyu nodded her head lightly. She felt even worse when Long Houchen said he didn't blame her. She said, Okay, Mom will tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. My mother, your maternal grandmother, was once a priest. She had a beautiful name, Bai Lingxian. She was a priest, and also a member of a monster hunters. Since she was very young, she had shown great talent as a priest. In the temple of the priests, she was a proud daughter of the heavens. After becoming a monster hunter, she followed her own monster hunters and ran amok among the demons. Her cultivation grew higher and higher, and the number of powerful demons that died in the hands of her team was innumerable. Once, they encountered a powerful enemy during a mission. Almost all of the team members died. It was the warriors of the team who risked their lives to protect your maternal grandmother that she was able to escape. However, after that warrior rescued your maternal grandmother, he also died. At that time, they were still in the territory of the demons. Although your maternal grandmother was very strong, she was still a priest. At that time, not only was her spiritual power almost exhausted, she was also seriously injured. She didn't escape far before she fainted in a forest. As soon as Baiyu said this, the demon emperor's voice sounded. I was the one who saved her. I was patrolling the various races at that time and happened to pass by. I sensed the aura of a human, so I saw Lingxian. At that time, her injuries were very serious and her face was as pale as paper. However, when I first saw her, I was attracted by her delicate temperament and beautiful face. It was a completely different kind of beauty from my race. Therefore, I didn't kill her. Instead, I dismissed my subordinates and rescued her alone. After Lingxian woke up, she saw me who had deliberately disguised myself. With my cultivation, of course, she couldn't tell that I was a demon. I told her that I was also a member of the monster hunters. Just like her, my teammates had also died on the battlefield. I happened to pass by here and found her, so I rescued her. For the demon emperor, this was also considered a secret. For him to say this in front of a group of strong demons, other than his intention, it also allowed Long Houchen to feel his feelings for his maternal grandmother. Although Lingxian was a demon hunter, her thoughts were very simple. Although Lingxian was a demon hunter, her thoughts were extremely pure. She believed my words without the slightest bit of doubt. With my help, her injuries gradually took a turn for the better. We became more and more familiar with each other. She was so beautiful, so gentle. In order to gain her trust, in order to spend more time with her, I didn't even hesitate to help her complete her mission. I even helped her kill the clansman who killed her teammate. At that time, she was very grateful to me and trusted me even more. Unknowingly, we both fell into the river of love. At this point, demon god Huang Fengxiu's eyes were filled with disappointment. Perhaps this is a relationship that shouldn't have appeared. But even now I can tell you with certainty that your mother is the woman I love the most in my life. There is no other. After listening to the demon emperor's words, Baiyu couldn't help but burst into tears again. Long Xingwu's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He finally completely confirmed Baiyu's words. All along, the one who was the most contradictory and painful person in his heart was his son, Long Houchen. At this moment, after knowing that Long Houchen was his biological son, the pain in his heart was even more intense than before. Compared to Baiyu, he felt even more sorry for his son. Moreover, the demon emperor's voice was very gentle. This was something that no demon god had experienced before. Even the moon demon Agars could feel the unprecedented sincerity in the demon emperor's words. It was only now that he knew that he wasn't the only one who fell in love with a human girl. This demon emperor, who had ruled over the demons for hundreds of years, also had feelings for a human girl. Furthermore, his love was even deeper than his own. I accompanied Lingxian in my race's territory for a whole year. During this time, I helped her complete all her missions, and she finally fell in love with me. A man and a woman together, coupled with the sublimation of our feelings, finally made her my woman. That day, Ling Xian told me that she was homesick and wanted to go back to see her family and friends. She also wanted to tell everyone about us and marry me. At that time, I didn't know how many times I wanted to tell her my true identity, but I didn't have the courage to do so. This was because I could feel her hatred towards my race, and I knew that her parents had died in the battle with my race. I couldn't tell her because I was too afraid of losing her. At that time, I even thought of giving up the position of Demon Emperor for her and continued pretending to be a human. The year I spent with her was the happiest year of my life. I used words to dispel her intention to return to the Temple League several times. However, for some unknown reason, she insisted on going back. I had no choice but to send her to the border of the Temple League. At that time, in her eyes, I was a human warrior. In order not to be exposed, I told her to return to the Temple of the Priests first and wait for me. I would go to the warrior temple of the priests to report to my parents and family before going to look for her. Ling Xian left reluctantly. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that her departure would be an eternal farewell. At this point, Demon Emperor Fengxiu's eyes became moist and 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Bai Yu sobbed and said, "The reason why my mother insisted on returning to the Alliance was because she was pregnant with me at that time. She didn't want to tell you because she was shy. You promised to marry her when you returned to the Alliance. After she returned to the Temple of the Priests, she kept waiting for you to pick her up. However, you didn't come. You didn't come in the end." Demon Emperor Fengxiu's body trembled slightly and he said, "Yes, I didn't go. At that time, I was only thinking about how I could stay with Ling Xian. However, at that time, at the border of the human race, my identity was exposed for some reason. Before I could remove my disguise and the seal that I had placed in my body to conceal my dark aura, I was surrounded and attacked by 2 teams of titled monster hunters. With my cultivation, I shouldn't have been afraid of them. However, in order to conceal my aura perfectly, the seal that I had placed on myself was too strong. Without enough time, I couldn't break it. As a result, I fell into a bitter battle. Although in the end, I still managed to escape by relying on the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I was gravely injured. That was the only time in my life that I was seriously injured. I couldn't help but suspect Ling Xian, because she was the only one who had been with me. If she hadn't discovered who I was and felt the existence of the seal in my body, how could it be so coincidental? Just as she insisted on returning to the Temple League, I was surrounded and attacked by 2 teams of titled monster hunters? At that time, I was in great pain. That kind of heart-wrenching pain coupled with the heavy injuries in my body caused me to fall into a coma for a long time. I had to rely on my own powerful healing abilities to gradually heal my injuries. However, when I woke up from my coma, a year had already passed. At that time, I was still thinking about Ling Xian. I didn't believe that it was a trap that she had set up. I wanted to look for her. No matter what, I had to find her and get to the bottom of this. Thus, as soon as I recovered from my injuries, I immediately put on makeup and headed to the Temple League, heading to the Temple of the Priests to look for Ling Xian. But when I arrived at the Temple of the Priests, what I found was Ling Xuan's tombstone. So it really was such a coincidence. It was a coincidence that I ran into those 2 teams of titled monster hunters. At this point, Demon Emperor Fengxiu was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Yu had a blank look in her eyes as she said, "After Mother returned to the Temple of the Priests, she waited for your arrival. However, I couldn't wait any longer. At that time, Mother already had me, and her belly was growing bigger by the day. When she was 5 months pregnant, Mother, who was already thin and weak, finally couldn't hide it anymore. She told her family that she was together with you. At that time, you changed your name to Fengling, and you were a warrior in the warrior temple. Mother waited for you for several months, but you didn't show up. She even had your child. Although Grandma and Grandpa were long gone, Mother still had other relatives and teachers. Very quickly, they sent an inquiry to the Warrior Temple and the Monster Hunter's Mission Tower, but the answer they received was that there was no such person. At that time, Mother was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She was so helpless. No one could help her. Until the day she died, she didn't know that the person she once loved was actually the ruler of the demons, the number one of the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, the heaven-defying demon dragon emperor. Unable to find you, many people understood that Mother might have been deceived. They tried to persuade Mother not to give birth to me, as it would ruin her life. However, Mother refused. Mother was too kind. No matter what, she refused to abort me. She said that even if she had to use her entire life as the price, she would still give birth to me. After 10 months of pregnancy, I was born. However, it was also because of my birth that brought Mother unprecedented pain and disaster. My attribute is darkness. I inherited half of the bloodline of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan and inherited your dark aura. At that time, Mother found out that the man she once loved was actually a demon. Can you imagine how huge the blow was to her at that time? Moreover, because of my dark attribute, I was strongly questioned by the temple of the priest. They refused to let me live because I was the descendant of the demons and the blood of the demons flowed in my body. Mother refused to let them take me away no matter what. Mother refused to let them take me away no matter what. Mother protected me with all her might. In order for me to survive, she used her own blood to exchange for my blood, used her own attribute to change for me, and used her love to protect my young life. In the end, I managed to survive. I survived under Mother's love. However, my body's functions were damaged to a certain extent. Not only was my body sickly from a young age, I also lost the possibility of cultivation. After giving birth to me, Mother's chi and blood were both deficient. In order to save me, she sacrificed the last of her essence. After seeing me survive the most critical moment, she finally could not hold on any longer. She used her own blood to write a short letter in blood, stuffed it into the brocade pouch, and hung it around my neck. After I grew up, I read the letter in blood many times. At that time, I didn't understand what Mother's words meant at all. It was only later when you found me and brought me to the demons and told me about you and Mother that I understood Mother's meaning. However, I didn't tell you about the letter in blood. I didn't want to tell you. I wanted you to suffer the torment and blame of your conscience. It was you who harmed Mother, it was you who caused her to die young. I hate you at this point. You almost fainted in Long Houchen's arms because she was too emotional. It was only because Long Houchen constantly used his gentle life force to support her that she managed to hold on. The demon emperor said in a daze, "Letter in blood? Letter in blood? Lingxian actually left a message for me? What is it? Tell me, what did she say before she died?" Bai Yu's hand trembled as she pulled out a very old brocade pouch from her collar and muttered, I'll tell you today." She carefully pulled out a white cloth from the brocade pouch. It was very obvious that this cloth was not regular, as if it was torn from her underwear. The blood stains on the white cloth had already turned purplish-brown, showing that it had been preserved for a long time. Bai Yu softly said, "You is the child of you and me. Although I'm going to die, I've finally protected her. No matter who you are only my Feng Ling, the Feng Ling of the Feng Ling Tian. Although you lied to me, I've loved you, and I don't regret it." Bang! When the demon emperor heard these words, his face suddenly became deathly pale. His body swayed, and the heaven-defying demon god's sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground to support his body from falling down. His eyes were somewhat lifeless, and his gaze was filled with endless sorrow. At this moment, even the enemy human experts couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in their hearts after hearing this story. Reading the contents of the letter in blood, Bai Yu herself seemed to feel a sense of relief. Her expression also became much more relaxed. She turned her gaze to her son, and carefully put the letter in the brocade pouch around her neck. She quietly took up the responsibility of raising me. Although I couldn't cultivate, they still took care of me meticulously, watching me grow up day by day. They never told me about the tragedy that happened to my mother because they wanted me to live happily. If possible, they wanted me to never know about it. After all, I'm not a professional, and I won't participate in the war against the demons. When I was 18 years old, I met Xingyu. Although he was much older than me, every girl has the heart to revere heroes. He fell in love with me, and I also fell deeply in love with him. Under the blessings of the priest temple's teachers, we were married in the night temple, in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. If everything went well, we would have been a happy couple. I didn't have too many requirements in life. I just wanted the people I loved and the people who loved me to be happy. However, when I was happiest, you appeared. At this point, Baiyu looked at the demon emperor not far away, and her words carried a thick sense of hatred. It was you who ruined my life. You sensed your presence in my body, and forcibly captured me during a war between the demons and the Alliance, and brought me back to your demon palace. At that time, I thought I was finished. I thought that I would never see Xingyu again. After falling into your clutches, I never thought that I would be able to return alive. I was already prepared. If you demons dared to do anything to me, even if I had to die, I would protect the purity of Xingyu. I held the hairpin in my hand, ready to end my life at any time. At this point, Baiyu gently raised her hand and caressed Long Haochen's face, saying, "If it wasn't for you, perhaps I would have ended my life the moment I was captured by the demons. However, at that time, I just found out about your existence, and I didn't even have the time to tell your father, so I couldn't bear to die. Children are innocent. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I will survive and give birth to you. Just like how Mother sacrificed her life for me, I am willing to use my life to protect you." "Mother." Long Haochen supported his mother, also sobbing uncontrollably. Later, he told me that he was my father. He felt the aura of his bloodline in me, and he saw that I looked almost the same as Mother. It was at that time that he left me with the demons for more than half a year. He was very good to me, and he often told me stories about what happened between him and Mother. However, because of his lies and deceit, I lost my mother and father since I was young. How could I forgive him? As the daughter-in-law of the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, but I was also the daughter of the Demon Emperor. At that time, my feelings were extremely complicated. I didn't know how to face your father. Until later, when my belly gradually grew bigger, I suddenly realized that no matter what, I couldn't give birth to my child with the demons, so I asked him to send me back to the Alliance. Only then did I come back. When I entered the Alliance, I was about to give birth. I didn't know how to face your father. On one side, it was the father that I didn't want to acknowledge but couldn't deny, and on the other side, it was my beloved husband. The hatred between humans and demons has long been irreconcilable. How could I face it? I couldn't face it. I didn't dare to imagine what would happen if one day my father killed my husband, or if my husband killed my father. So, I could only escape. I could only choose to escape. After I gave birth to you in Odin Town, I decided to stay there. No matter how hard life was, I didn't want to face everything in the outside world. I missed Xingyu, but I didn't have the courage to stand in front of him and tell him that I was the daughter of the Demon Emperor. Because of the depth of my love, I was even more unwilling to let him suffer. So, I could only avoid him and not meet him. This hiding lasted for nearly 10 years. By the time he came to find me, he had already become a Knight of the Seal. When I saw him again, I could no longer suppress the feelings in my heart. I finally agreed to go back with him and told him of your existence. Long Xingwu slowly raised his head and looked blankly at Baiyu and Long Haochen. "But, after seeing you again, I didn't believe you. I could feel that you were running away, but I thought that you were running away because of Houchen. Because you and the demon emperor had him, you ran away from me for so many years. Can you imagine how much pain I felt at that time, how much suffering I endured? But, no matter how deep the pain in my heart was, it couldn't compare to my love for you. I loved you too much, so I would rather bury this heart-eating pain in my heart than be separated from you again. At that time, my heart gradually fell into darkness. Every time I saw Houchen, that heart-eating pain would become more and more intense. So, I made a despicable decision. I recognized you, and also recognized Houchen. But, at that time, I thought that I would train him to fight against the demons. I always thought that he was the son of the demon emperor. Although I liked his perseverance and kindness, the pain in my heart made me unable to think calmly. So, I worked hard to train Houchen and let him grow. When I saw that he had the constitution of the child of light, there was a moment when I doubted whether he was my biological son or not. But we were separated for so many years, I couldn't understand why you didn't bring him back to find me if he was my son. So, I continued to sink in pain. I trained Houchen for 2 years, but finally, I couldn't bear the pain in my heart. I didn't even dare to look at his clear eyes. So, I brought you back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. I thought that I would feel better if Houchen wasn't by my side, but I soon discovered that the pain in my heart was still there. Moreover, it was getting more and more intense. So, I chose to escape. There were many times when I wasn't in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, and sometimes I would be gone for several years. I loved you deeply, but I couldn't ignore everything that was in my heart. Later, Houchen's talent gradually revealed itself. He shone brilliantly in the Monster Hunters selection competition and became a demon hunter. I gradually began to pay attention to his situation, even following him and watching him carry out his task. Sometimes I even secretly helped him. At that time, the pain in my heart had gradually turned into malevolence. I thought that with Houchen's constitution of the child of light, one day, he would inevitably become especially powerful enough to threaten the existence of the demon emperor. At that time, the father and son would kill each other. No matter who killed who, it could be considered as my revenge. At this point, Long Xingwu painfully closed his eyes and said, Houchen, did you know that when you brought the Light of Dawn monster hunters to Demon City to enter the Star Demon Palace, I knew about it. At that time, I was also in Demon City. My resentment made me not stop you from taking the risk. When I felt that you had fallen into a trap, I also didn't go to rescue you. At that time, I thought, it's over, everything is over. The demon emperor killed his own son. I didn't know that I had actually watched my own son fall into the tiger's mouth. How ironic. I'm not worthy to be your father, I'm not worthy. When you died, I indeed felt a sense of relief in my heart. I only felt that the things that had been suppressing me in my heart had all disappeared, so I returned to the dragon-resisting pass immediately. I thought that I could finally be together with you, but when I really faced her, I discovered that your figure kept appearing in my mind. I didn't dare to tell her that you had already died in the hands of the demon emperor. I didn't want her to suffer even the slightest bit of shock. I thought that everything had passed, you were a demon hunter, so it was normal for you to stay forever in the land of the demons. However, the pain in my heart grew deeper and deeper. Every night when I woke up, my mind would see the image of you smiling and calling me father. I would often wake up from my dreams with a start. I began to reflect on myself and my resentment. The resentment disappeared and was gradually replaced by endless remorse. No matter how wrong the demon emperor was, you were innocent. I actually sent a child who had always called me father, a child who trusted me the most, into the enemy's mouth and eventually perished. I couldn't forgive myself for this kind of behavior. I even gave up the opportunity to participate in the temple competition. During those years, I was incomparably depressed and my cultivation didn't make the slightest bit of progress, only lingering at a bottleneck. However, even if I realized that I was wrong, what could I do? The mistake has been made, and you are already dead. Until that day, when I suddenly found out that you led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to the sacred city and participated in the grand tournament of the temple. My mood at that time was incomparably complicated. I didn't know whether I should be happy, fortunate, or pained, but I soon discovered that this time, I truly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. At that time, I made up my mind that no matter whose child you were, as long as you always called me father, you would be my son. I would try my best to forget everything in the past, to use the future to atone for my sins, to treat you well and nurture you. However, very soon after, I received news that you led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to win the grand tournament of the Temple of Light. Only then did I know that you had already surpassed me. Afterwards, when we father and son reunited, I was really happy, really happy. When I saw you again, I truly felt that I had already forgotten all my unhappiness. I was really foolish. For these past few decades, I had always treated my own son as someone else's child, and I even almost caused your death. Do you know, when I saw the video of you and Kyer, I cried many times, and the regret in my heart reached its peak. I really regret that I didn't do anything back then, letting you suffer so much. If I had stopped you from taking risks at that time, all of this could have been avoided. If I had appeared by your side when you were attacked by the demon god emperor and fell into his trap, I would have at least been able to share life and death with you. But I didn't. At this point, Long Xingwu looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Tears streamed down his face as he looked deeply at Long Haochen and Bai Yu. Suddenly, without any warning, he accelerated and rushed towards the demon emperor. An intense golden-red flame instantly rose from his body. That was the burning flame of life of the Judgment and Judgment Knight of the Seal. When Long Xingyu learned that Long Haochen was his own flesh and blood, his heart was already in pain, as if it had been shattered. He simply didn't know how to face his wife, and even more so, he didn't know how to face his own son. At that moment, he already had the will to die. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to rush towards the demon god emperor with all his strength, not because he hoped to kill the demon god emperor, but because he wanted to leave his own life here. He already didn't know how to atone for his crimes, and only wanted to apologize with death. No, father! With tears streaming down his face, Long Haochen shouted fiercely. However, even with his cultivation, it was too late to stop Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu had already made up his mind the moment he made his move. His speed had reached the peak of his life. The demon emperor was still immersed in pain and didn't look up at Long Xingwu. Even so, with his cultivation, Long Xingwu definitely couldn't hurt him. A purple figure blocked in front of the demon emperor. With a flash of purple light, Long Xingwu's body suddenly bounced back at a speed faster than when he moved, as if he had hit a large cushion. Long Haochen hurriedly moved to catch his father. The one who blocked Long Xingwu was the moon demon, Agars. Long Haochen hugged Long Xingwu tightly, forcibly suppressing the burning fire of his life. He said in a sorrowful voice, "Father, you can't die, you can't do this. If you die, what about me and mother? This is all a misunderstanding. If you really want to atone for your sins, you must live." Long Xingwu broke free from Long Haochen's embrace. The powerful Judgment and Judgment Knight of the Seal was actually squatting on the ground and crying bitterly. This scene made the hearts of all the Federation powerhouses in the temple feel heavy. The moon demon, Agars, looked at Long Haochen calmly and said, "Now is not the time to cry, Long Haochen. You must make a choice now. Do you know why I suddenly went back on my word and joined forces with His Majesty and Vasak to deal with you?" Long Haochen's mind was in a mess at this time, and he subconsciously shook his head. The moon demon god Agars said, "Because Austin Griffin isn't dead. As long as he isn't dead, he's our common enemy. I'm cooperating with you because I hope that my people can assimilate into humans in the future and not be destroyed. As long as Austin Griffin isn't dead, it's not just my people who won't be able to survive. Every living thing in this world won't be able to survive. Long Houchin, you're the leader of the humans now. You must make a decision. Otherwise, it'll be too late, and everything will be destroyed. Do you understand? Long Houchin's body swayed slightly. The moon demon, Agar's, calling him the leader of humanity had awakened him. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain made him sober up from his sorrow. Yes, he was now the leader of humanity. No matter what situation he faced, no matter what he encountered, he must think for humanity. At this moment, he had already defeated the Demon Emperor, the Moon Demon, and the Star Demon. This was a great opportunity for humanity to break through the barrier of darkness. Even if the Demon Emperor was his grandfather, he had to make a choice in the interests of humanity. How many human powerhouses had died in the hands of the Demon Emperor? The most recent were the 2 legend-rank monster hunters. The Demon Emperor had killed all the demon gods. More importantly, if he did not kill the Demon Emperor, the Age of Darkness would not be broken. Perhaps he would not have another chance. Thinking of this, Long Houchin's mind gradually calmed down. He looked at the moon demon, Agar's, and said in a deep voice, "Senior Agar's, I respect you because you made the right choice and helped us a lot. It can be said that without your help, we would not have been able to successfully gain the upper hand in this holy war, and we would not have achieved our current result. However, I do not agree with you changing your mind because of Haoyue. Haoyue is my partner, my brother. I do not believe that he will do anything against me. What you said about him destroying the world is just an alarmist." Chapter 305. The Moon Demon, Agar's, smiled bitterly. "It would be great if I was just being an alarmist. If that was the case, why would I bother doing this? Do you think that His Majesty will spare me after he gets through this? It's not too late to make a move now. Austin Griffin hasn't really awakened yet. Yes, he is your partner and your brother now, but once he awakens, he will be the symbol of destruction. No one can stop him, not even God. I know you don't believe me. Now that you have the upper hand, His Majesty and I are no match for you. Can you give me a few minutes and let me tell you a story?" Long Houchin thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Go ahead." Agar's let out a long sigh and said, "The story starts 7,000 years ago. It was a plane very similar to the Holy Demon continent. Perhaps the creatures were different, but the rulers of that world were also humans. There were all kinds of wars on the entire continent, but they were basically under the control of humans. In that plain, forests and lakes occupied a large area, and the environment was even more beautiful than the current Holy Demon continent. Until one day, a powerful existence appeared and changed everything. This powerful existence was Austin Griffin. When he first appeared, he only had 3 heads. Although he wasn't weak, in the eyes of the humans who encountered him, he was just a relatively strong magical beast. There were even humans who tried to kill him, but he cunningly escaped. With the passage of time, Austin Griffin began to slowly evolve. Gradually, he had his 4th head, then his 5th head. Because he had been besieged by humans, he began to learn to endure. He hid in a safe place deep in the forest and quietly evolved his power. When he appeared before the eyes of humans again, he already had 6 heads and 6 attributes. At that time, he was already quite powerful. Ordinary human powerhouses were far from being his match. He began to kill and retaliate against humans, but by virtue of his intelligence, he never clashed with human powerhouses. His cultivation was also in the process of steady evolution. After 100 years, he finally grew his 8th head. At that time, he thought that he was strong enough, so he stopped hiding and began to fully display his terrifying destructive power. His terrifying strength was indeed almost invincible. After causing several massacres in succession, he finally attracted the attention of humans. A large number of human powerhouses from that plane gathered and began to besiege him. Finally, they surrounded him in a valley and launched a fierce battle. The eight-headed Austin Griffin was indeed very strong, but there were too many human powerhouses. After 2 days and 2 nights of battle, Austin Griffin was finally defeated and seriously injured. But I have to say that the eight-headed Austin Griffin was already quite powerful, but he still managed to escape. Letting him escape was also the biggest mistake that the humans of that plane had ever made, causing the entire plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. After Austin Griffin escaped this time, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion, and it took him over 100 years to recover his vitality. He knew that his strength was not enough to conquer the entire dimension, so he hid himself and worked hard to cultivate. It was only after another 100 years that he finally completed the last step of his breakthrough and awakened. Only then did he appear on the mainland again, and this time, he became a synonym for destruction. At this point, the eyes of the moon demon Agars were filled with fear. This story was passed down by the demons. Although he had never experienced it himself, even in the memories passed down from the first moon demon, Agars was still deeply afraid. The demon emperor kept his head down and did not say anything, allowing Agars to narrate. Destruction, endless destruction. When Austin Griffin appeared on that plane again, the entire continent was faced with a terrifying storm of destruction. Austin Griffin was too powerful, so powerful that no living creature could resist him. In the face of his terrifying destruction attribute, no living creature could resist at all. It took him less than a month to kill all living creatures on 1/3 of the continent. Whether it was plants, magical beasts, or ordinary animals, they all turned into nothingness under his destructive aura. 1/3 of the continent was plunged into misery and suffering, and there was no longer any vitality. Humans felt great fear. There were many human powerhouses on that plane at that time, and more than a dozen of them had reached the demigod level. They forcibly suppressed themselves from breaking through. It can be said that there were many more powerhouses on that plane than the current holy demon continent. There were no less than 10 powerhouses at the level of His Majesty the Demon Emperor. They had also tried to use their strongest powerhouses to fight against Austin Griffin, but without exception, all of them failed. At that time, Austin Griffin had already become a symbol of invincibility, undefeatable. Even a true god was no match for him when he had awakened his 9th head. In order to prevent the destruction from continuing, for the future of mankind, all the human powerhouses joined forces. With the power of tens of thousands of people, they gathered all the most precious resources and wealth of mankind at that time, and took advantage of the time when Austin Griffin was gradually advancing towards the destruction of the continent. In a month's time, they constructed a formation that specifically targeted Austin Griffin. On the day this formation was formed, more than 10,000 powerhouses who participated in the construction all perished. Their blood essence nourished the power of the formation, and this formation became known as the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation. In that short period of a month, Austin Griffin destroyed nearly 1/3 of the continent. More than half of the living beings on the entire plane had perished under his terrifying aura of destruction. He finally arrived before the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation. He was too proud, so proud that he did not believe that there was any power on that plane that could fight against him. Hence, he finally fell into the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation, and he was finally sealed in the formation, unable to break through. At this point, the moon demon Agars took a deep look at Long Houchin and said, Austin Griffin's pride did not allow him to be sealed like this. He was not willing to be imprisoned forever. The 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God-destroying formation was made up of 72 divine artifacts, and the 3 at the core were supreme divine artifacts. They formed a huge cage, and after struggling desperately to destroy the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation, Austin Griffin did something that completely destroyed all the remaining humans and creatures of other races. He sacrificed his life as the price, and perished together with the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation. He used his huge body to fiercely hit the formation. In the end, the moment the formation broke, his body also broke. The terrifying power of destruction formed the most terrifying force of destruction and swept across the entire continent. All the creatures on the continent were completely wiped out in that terrifying catastrophe. The 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation was also completely smashed. At the moment of impact, it tore apart the plane of space, causing the 72 divine artifacts that formed the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation to turn into 72 prison pillars that shuttled through space and finally entered another plane. This plane was called the Holy Demon Continent. After listening to the moon demon Agars, the human powerhouses were suddenly in an uproar. The Dark Ages had lasted for more than 6,000 years, but humans had never known the true origin of the demons. Agars finally gave an answer as to why they appeared in the Holy Demon Continent more than 6,000 years ago and why they were so powerful. Yes, you should have already guessed it. When these 72 pillars came to your Holy Demon Continent, they were called the Demon God Pillars by the humans here. And the artifact spirit of the 72 Demon God Pillars is what you call the Demon God. In other words, he is His Majesty and also my ancestor. Because of the difference in the world, the 72 Demon God Pillars also contained a formidable strength. When they fell into the Holy Demon Continent, they immediately emitted an aura of assimilation. This is how the demon race came to be. So, if there's really someone who's the main culprit behind humanity's descent into the Dark Age for over 6,000 years, then it's in your right hand. It's the symbol of destruction and destruction, the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, Austin Griffin. The moon demon's high-pitched voice shook Long Houchin. He had no choice but to believe Agar's words. He thought of the plane of Hauyue, the black and red world full of destruction and filth, and the all-out attack of all the undead creatures. No matter how unwilling Long Houchin was to believe it, he knew that the moon demon Agar's words were probably true. Otherwise, why would he and the demon emperor be so afraid of Hauyue? Why would the 72 demon god pillars that no one could destroy be unable to resist the power of Hauyue? All of this was answered by the moon demon Agar's narration. No, this is impossible. When Hauyue came to this world, I had already used my blood to wash away the darkness attribute from its body. It is not the original Austin Griffin, it is just my Hauyue. Agars nodded and said, yes, it is indeed not the original Austin Griffin. The original god of divine wrath has already been destroyed, but when it crashed into the 10 earths and 9 heavens god extinguishing formation, it said that it would return. It has 9 chances to reincarnate, and it will come back alive. I don't know how you brought it to this plane, but you are nurturing a tiger that will only invite disaster. So what if you washed away its darkness attribute? Its origin is not darkness, but destruction. Do you understand the name God of divine wrath? It is the wrath of heaven, the destroyer of all planes. It is the wrath of heaven, the destroyer of all planes. Its existence is for destruction and destruction. According to the historical records of my race, Austin Griffin is the dark side of the god of creation, or rather, the twin of the god of creation. Once it is fully awakened, there is almost no power that can destroy it. The great formation of 10 earths and 9 heavens can no longer appear. When the formation was broken, it turned into the demon god pillars and is no longer complete. Moreover, among the 72 demon god pillars, some have already been destroyed by Austin Griffin. Long Houchin, if you are really thinking for the sake of humans and this plane, then you only have one choice now, and that is to destroy Austin Griffin completely before he evolves his last head. This is your only chance. Otherwise, once his head of destruction appears, he will turn back into the god of divine wrath and repeat the path that Austin Griffin once took. The holy demon continent will be completely destroyed. Not only us demons and you humans, but all the living creatures, all the plants and even the stars that can be seen in this world will eventually perish under its destruction and destruction. Houchen, don't believe him. Long Tianyin stood up and said, "This is all the demons' alarmist talk. The Dark Age should be over soon. What are you still hesitating for?" After hearing Long Tianyin words, Long Houchen's spirit was lifted. Although he was gradually believing in Agar's words, he really hoped that it was not true. Moon Demon Agars laughed bitterly and said, "After saying this, I don't want to live anymore. Long Houchen, if you don't believe me, then you can kill all of us first, and then kill Austin Griffin. I only hope that after I die, you can preserve my organization and people, and let them live in a place where there is no threat from the god of divine wrath." "It's too late, it's all too late." Demon Emperor Fengxiu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised his head. In this short period of time, he seemed to have aged a lot and his eyes dimmed. He pulled out the heaven-defying demon sword from the ground. "Agars, can't you see that Austin Griffin has awakened? Otherwise, even in his eight-headed state, how could he have broken our formation of the sun, moon, and stars? That was the core formation of the 10 earths and 9 heavens, god-destroying formation. If the god of divine wrath had not awakened, we would have succeeded. The moment we fell from the sky, the outcome was already decided. We can no longer stop Austin Griffin. It has returned." After hearing the God Emperor Mo's words, Long Houchen couldn't help but be stunned. He subconsciously looked at the 8-headed purple-gold Haoyue sword in his hand. A soft buzzing sound rang out in Long Houchen's hand. Immediately after, the purple-gold Haoyue sword turned into a purple-gold stream of light and soared into the sky. "Thank you for your welcome speech, Demon Emperor, right? You're just the leader of the remaining ants. What a wonderful story. It's really touching. I haven't spoiled the atmosphere, but you just had to call me out. This isn't good. Why did you have to force me to come out so early? I wanted to see how Master would choose in such a situation." The cold voice had a tinge of humor and playfulness. In the sky, a purple-gold light shone brightly. In the next moment, the entire sky turned a noble purple, but also a purple that was filled with an aura of destruction. Just as the purple-gold Haoyue sword stopped in the air, a figure gradually appeared. He had long purple hair and wore a luxurious purple robe. His slender figure was perfectly proportioned, but he had a pair of gray eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. What was even more shocking was that his appearance was exactly the same as Long Houchen's. With his hands behind his back, the purple-haired youth descended from the sky. There was a faint smile on his face as he said, "Hello everyone. Although I don't know if you'll welcome me, I'm still here. My name is Austin Griffin. Of course, you can also call me Haoyue. Since you all love telling stories, how about listening to me tell you a story?" Seeing this purple-haired youth, the moon demon god Agar's face turned ashen, while the demon god Huang Fengxiu's eyes flickered with something, as though he had made some sort of decision. At this moment, his eyes regained their resolution. Long Houchen stared blankly at the purple-haired youth as he muttered, "Your Haoyue?" Haoyue smiled faintly. Even his smile was very similar to Long Houchen's. He looked at Long Houchen with a much gentler gaze and said, "Of course, my master. I'm your Haoyue. Your appearance is really perfect. I'm surprisingly proud to have become like you." Long Houchen suddenly had a very bad premonition. Haoyue's current attitude and tone were completely different from the way he had communicated with him previously. It was as if he had changed his soul. This was also equivalent to confirming the words of the moon demon god Agars from another aspect. Haoyue didn't care what the humans and demons thought. He smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. No matter what, I won't hurt you. Who asked you to be my master? You saved my life again. Let me tell you a story. From now on, no one is allowed to speak. Just as his voice fell, the sky seemed to collapse, and a terrifying pressure instantly appeared in everyone's heart. Whether it was the devil race or the human race, they were all under this terrifying pressure, and sure enough, they couldn't speak. I came from the time of the world's creation. It seemed to be a big bang. Haoyue's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His voice was very similar to Long Haochen's, but it was more erratic and less steady than Long Haochen's. After the Big Bang, my consciousness began to appear. After the Big Bang, my consciousness began to appear, and at the same time, another consciousness appeared. He was much stronger than me, and after his consciousness appeared, he had unparalleled power. He was called the Creator. At that time, I was still too weak, so I could only attach myself to him and watch him create the entire world. One plane after another was quietly created by him, and he gradually endowed these planes with all living things. There were plants, animals, and the aura of life multiplied in each plane, causing them to begin to have the aura of creation. The Creator told me that his proudest work was a species called humans. Although humans weren't strong, the Creator gave a part of his creativity to this species, giving humans the ability to create and learn. The Creator said that one day, humans would break through the shackles of the plane and bring the power of creation to further places. But I don't know why, but I especially hate his tone and his creation. Although he was much stronger than me, in order to create each plane, his power was consumed very quickly. In the end, he died. He left behind a lot of the breath that belonged to him, and he even created countless planes. But in the end, didn't he still die? The most hateful thing was that before he died, he left a seal on my body and sealed my soul, so that I would never be able to reach his level. He also said that my nature was to destroy, and that I was his twin. He didn't want to destroy me, but he didn't want me to destroy his creation either. Damn it, damn it! But how is it possible for him to completely seal my power? I used my own method to transform into a creature that he had created. I used the characteristics of a creature's growth to gradually remove the seal on my body. Finally, I succeeded in a plane. I found the power that belonged to me, and I finally found my original body. I am the god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera, Austin Griffin. At this point, Haoyue's eyes were filled with pride. That high and mighty dignity made the human powerhouses, who were originally excited about breaking through the Dark Age, feel their hearts sink. The demon emperor was already scary enough, but this god of divine wrath, who called himself the Creator's twin, was probably even scarier than the demon emperor. What power did they have to go against him? When my ninth head woke up, I found the feeling of destruction. At that time, I thought that there was no power that could stop me. The Creator was dead, and I was the master of the entire world. Any plane would groan under my feet. Didn't that bastard Creator want to create? Fine, I'll destroy all of his creations. I want to prove that I'm stronger and more outstanding than him. However, I never expected that I would be plotted against by the humans that the Creator created. My carelessness and underestimation of my enemy caused me to fall into the despicable human's trap. I was trapped by the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation. There was actually a portion of the Creator's power left in that formation. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through the barrier of that cage. Who am I? I'm the destroyer of all planes, the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, Austin Griffin. How could I be trapped by a mere human? Did they think that they could destroy me just like that? They must be dreaming. With the pride of the god of divine wrath, how could he admit defeat to a mere human? Hence, I used all my power to break through this cage. In the end, I succeeded. No matter how much the Creator's power restrained me, it was only a trace of his aura and not his actual body. He was dead, he had died a long time ago. Who else could really stop me? So what if I died once? I could still reincarnate and be reborn. With my great power of destruction, even if I died, I still had enough power to destroy that plane and turn it into a lifeless world of destruction. Even if I reincarnated in such a world, I could still evolve again and absorb the power of destruction that belonged to me back into my body. When I grew my ninth head again, all the power of destruction would return to the earth. I would continue my great wish to destroy everything that the Creator had created. Until now, Haoyue's face was filled with pride. They didn't need human food or water to survive. They didn't even need light. Moreover, they were filled with hatred towards me. They dared to kill the noble Austin Griffin. My reincarnation failed again and again because of their obstruction. My origin energy was constantly being consumed. I knew that if I died again in my ninth reincarnation, I would be like the creation world and disappear from this world forever. I couldn't accept it, I really couldn't accept it. I only had a few reincarnations left, and I was being chased by those filthy undead creatures. I was already covered in wounds. It was at this moment that a ray of hope enveloped my body and forcefully brought me to another world, a world filled with the aura of light. At that time, I thought I finally had a chance, but who would have known that because I reincarnated too many times, I became so weak, and because I had been silent in the world of darkness for too long, I could no longer adapt to the power of light. I felt that my life was slipping away, and that I was about to die. At that moment, I saw a pair of eyes, a pair of clear eyes. That little human started dripping his blood on me, using his bloodline to change my inadaptability, allowing me to walk out of the darkness bit by bit, expelling all the hateful aura of darkness, and finally turning it into light. With his bloodline, I actually felt an unprecedented warmth and coziness, a feeling that I had never felt before. I felt very comfortable, and then I grew a second head, the head of light, while my original head retained the attribute of fire. That young human, my master, fell into a desperate situation because he helped me change my attribute. I actually instilled my noble bloodline into his body, nourishing his body, and under that feeling that I had never felt before, we formed a contract that even I could not have imagined. That was clearly a contract of the highest level created by the world of creation, a blood contract. How could this happen? When I woke up and recalled everything that happened with him, I really didn't understand why someone as noble as me would make such a choice. However, I was still very grateful to him. After all, he gave me the chance to be reborn, and gave me the chance to become Austin Griffin. In the end, I came back. This young man who gave me this chance is you, my master, the owner of the physique of the God of Light, the controller of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the president of the Temple Federation, the Knight of the Seal, Long Houchin of the Knights Templars. When my consciousness was shaped along with the growth of the ninth head, my body imprinted all the memories in the depths of my consciousness. I was surprised to find that you actually brought me warmth, happiness, and joy. These were emotions that originally didn't belong to me. This feeling is really novel. So, my master, no matter who I destroy, no matter which plane I destroy, don't worry, I won't destroy you. I still hope that you can still bring me those feelings in the future. My newly awakened body is actually a little afraid of something called loneliness because of your existence. It seems like compared to the last time, it's really very, very different. I love you, my master. In the future, let us roam the world of creation hand in hand. One day, I will turn all the planes into worlds that I destroy, into the domain of I, the God of divine wrath, Austin Griffin. All of you must be very curious as to how I could evolve so quickly. This is also thanks to my master. His growth actually played a role in promoting my growth, and during the few critical breakthroughs, he even protected me from those annoying specters, allowing me to evolve to the eighth head. As for my final awakening, I also have to thank you, my master. You brought me to the eternal realm left behind by the Creator and allowed me to find the seed that originally belonged to me, the seed of the tree of destruction. In a sense, the tree of destruction is an important clone of my soul. After retrieving its seed, I finally completed the final breakthrough and awakening after this period of seclusion. Demon Emperor, that ant was right. If I hadn't completely awakened, it would have been really difficult for me to break their seal with just the power of 8 heads. However, as for now, everything has become much simpler, and there won't be any power that can stop me. I have to say, Master, this plane that you're in is much weaker than the plane that created the 10 earths and 9 heavens God-destroying formation. There really isn't any power in this plane that can stop me. The feeling of awakening is really wonderful. A layer of white light emitted from the armor of eternity and creation on Long Houchen, forcibly resisting the pressure brought by Haoyue. Moreover, he had the bloodline of Haoyue, so the pressure brought by Haoyue was the lowest on him. Haoyue, do you want to destroy our plane? Long Houchen asked in a deep voice. Haoyue smiled and said, I've said so much, Master, you should have understood long ago. I'm the god of divine wrath, not the creator. Since I've awakened, of course, I need to use some things to attack. What's wrong with destroying this plane? Anyway, 3/4 of this plane is occupied by the demons that you hate the most. Don't worry, I'll destroy the demons first, and then the humans. Long Houchen's eyes were filled with pain, and he said, No, you're no longer my Haoyue, you're not. Haoyue nodded seriously and said, Of course, I'm not the Haoyue who only listens to you. I'm Austin Griffin, the god of divine wrath. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Before I awaken, my body will have 8 consciousnesses, and each head will have a consciousness. When I awaken, all the consciousnesses will return to one and be under my complete control. Therefore, my 9th head is called the Head of Destruction, also known as the Head of Divine Wrath. Now, I'm the true god of divine wrath. But don't worry, the feeling you gave me is still there. I won't destroy you, but only you. In the future, I'll bring you along to destroy other worlds. As for the other humans, I'll be impatient. I hate humans, and the Creator can indeed be proud of the humans he created. Even I, the great god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, Austin Griffin, was destroyed by humans once. However, that was the only time. My master, wake up. Watch me destroy the demons that you hate the most before you tremble. Long Houchen. At this moment, the demon emperor's voice suddenly rang out. He was also forcefully resisting Austin Griffin's power to speak. Long Houchen subconsciously turned to look at the demon emperor. Their eyes met, and he could see many things from the demon emperor's eyes. The tremors that came from his soul transmitted the demon emperor's intentions. Long Houchen's body trembled slightly, and his emotions also fluctuated slightly. He suddenly turned around again and raised the sword of eternity and creation towards Haoyue. Haoyue, I was the one who brought you into this world. If you want to destroy the mainland, you'll have to step over my dead body first. As he spoke, the wings on Long Houchen's back flapped abruptly, and his body had already turned into a stream of light as he pounced towards Haoyue. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it at all. His most trusted and important partner would actually betray him and become the demon hand that would destroy this plane. Haoyue had actually become even more terrifying than the demon emperor and the demons. In the end, Long Houchen still had a sliver of hope in his heart. He didn't believe that Haoyue would lay a hand on him. There was a trace of contempt in Austin Griffin's eyes as he said, My master, do you still not realize it? Do you really think that you can defeat that demon Emperor Fengxiu with your power? And you can't even defeat him, so how can you possibly contend against me? I address you as master, but do you really think that you're my master? As he spoke, Austin Griffin raised his left hand in the direction that Long Houchen was pouncing toward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared around Long Houchen's body, and he was unable to move at all. Austin Griffin said coldly, Actually, I hate this eternal and creation throne of God that you possess, because it has a trace of the aura left behind by the Creator. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted you to borrow its power to protect me from evolving from 6 to 8 heads, do you think I would have allowed you to obtain its approval so easily? Now that it's useless, let me first destroy the aura left behind by the Creator in this plane." As he spoke, Austin Griffin clenched his right hand abruptly, and a ball of purple light blasted towards Long Houchin like a bolt of lightning. It was also at this moment that a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the ground. The Doomsday and Massacre Throne of God on Long Xingwu's body exploded with a loud bang, and it also forcibly broke through the suppression of Hao Yue's entire body. In a flash, he pounced in front of Long Houchin and fiercely hugged Long Houchin, using his back to block the ball of purple light that Hao Yue had blasted out. Chapter 306. Long Xingwu and Long Houchin looked at each other. What Long Houchin saw was a look of relief in his father's eyes. Long Xingwu even smiled faintly. Even with the protection of the Throne of God of Doomsday and Massacre, it was impossible for him to block Austin Griffin's attack. Moreover, he had to rely on the power of the Throne of God to get to Long Houchin's side. Without any protection, there was no other ending for him under Austin Griffin's attack. However, at this moment, Long Xingyu was smiling. He did not regret his decision in the slightest. In fact, his heart was filled with excitement. That was because he could finally do something for his son, even if he had to pay the price with his life. "No!" Long Houchin let out a loud roar, and the 9 purplish-golden runes on his forehead suddenly lit up, allowing him to break free from Hao Yue's restraints in an instant. He suddenly raised his hands to grab his father, and his body instantly spun 180 degrees in the air. The smile on Long Xingyu's face instantly stiffened, and in the next instant, the purple ball of light had already fiercely bombarded Long Houchin's back. Boom! Long Houchin's entire body trembled violently in the air. At the same time that he was bombarded, he had already pushed Long Xingwu back to the ground. Without the support of the Throne of God, it was impossible for him to break free from Hao Yue's suppression. The Throne of God of Eternity and Creation flickered with intense white light. The purple light that Austin Griffin released seemed to want to merge with the white light. Intense rumbling sounds came from Long Houchin's body. Finally, with a loud rumble, fine cracks began to appear on the armor of eternity and creation. If the purple light that was full of destructive aura continued to wreak havoc, this supreme artifact would probably be completely destroyed. One could well imagine Austin Griffin's terrifying strength. Just as the moon demon Agars had said, even a true god would not be a match for Austin Griffin. Long Houchin's body shook violently. The power of the Throne of God of Eternity and Creation, including the Sword of Eternity and Creation, instantly turned into 13 rays of light and returned to the source. Then, they were absorbed into Long Houchin's body. He could not allow this supreme artifact to be destroyed. Perhaps, at a specific time, this would be his last hope. Long Houchin erupted at the same time that the Throne of God retracted. He spread his arms wide, and 2 rays of purplish gold light rapidly spread from his hands and turned into 2 swords. These swords were completely transformed from his own spiritual power. Not only did this spiritual power contain Hao Yue's aura, but it also contained his purest power of light. At this moment, it turned into the most powerful weapon that Long Houchin could condense with spiritual power. In the next instant, Long Houchin's body turned into a ray of purple light in midair and charged towards Hao Yue. At this moment, the light on his body had completely turned purplish gold, and the pressure that Hao Yue released could not affect him at all. That's right, in order to fight against Hao Yue, Long Houchin had completely activated the power that belonged to Hao Yue in his body. Only with the help of Hao Yue's bloodline could he contend against Hao Yue. After Hao Yue evolved into his 9th head, Long Houchin would actually receive a huge improvement due to the blood contract. However, this improvement was completely suppressed by Austin Griffin. At this moment, when Long Houchen activated the bloodline in his body, this part of the power seemed to burst forth as well, causing his aura to be at least 70% similar to Austin Griffin's. In a flash, Long Houchen appeared in front of Austin Griffin like a bolt of lightning, and immediately used the Brahma's Eye of the Brahma 3 technique. The huge purplish-gold vertical eye opened in the air, and thousands of purplish-gold rays of light converged into one, blasting towards Austin Griffin. Long Houchen had already understood from the moment Austin Griffin attacked him that Haoyue was no longer here. In fact, it could even be said that he had been devoured by Austin Griffin. Right now, the only one in front of him was the god of divine wrath, the nine-headed chimera Austin Griffin, who was bent on destroying everything. Therefore, Long Houchen would not let Austin Griffin succeed no matter what. Even though he knew that he was no match for Austin Griffin, he still launched an attack. At this moment, Long Houchen was extremely calm, because his attack was definitely meaningful. Austin Griffin frowned slightly, as if he still could not bring himself to attack Long Houchen. He allowed the attack of the Brahma's Eye to land on him, and did not even dodge. The purplish-gold light shone on Austin Griffin's body, but it only brought about a dazzling halo, and did not cause him any harm at all. In the next instant, the purplish-gold giant eye instantly turned into a purplish-gold stream of light that swept past Austin Griffin. It was the second technique of the Brahma 3 techniques, the momentary beauty, which was created by Long Houchen. Previously, he had used this technique to destroy the star demon Vasak, and now he was using it on Austin Griffin. Austin Griffin stood where he was and did not move. Long Houchen's attack did not seem to affect him at all. He only frowned and turned to look at Long Houchen. At this moment, a huge purple shadow lit up behind Long Houchen. It was a strange six-pointed star that glowed with purplish-gold light. All the elements in the air, including Austin Griffin's aura, were gathering towards the six-pointed star at an astonishing speed. Long Houchen's body also began to shine intensely, and the tyrannical aura seemed to tear his body apart. Austin Griffin's expression finally changed, and he finally moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Long Houchen and slapped his palm on Long Houchen's chest. However, Long Houchen smiled. He had been waiting for this moment. The purple six-pointed star behind him shone brightly, and the ultimate attack of the Brahma 3 styles, boundless heaven and earth, finally appeared. The purple six-pointed star suddenly became illusory. It twisted and spiraled, turning into a huge purple vortex. In that instant, the world changed color, and everything seemed to converge into one. At the same time, in the world that had lost the light of the sun, moon, and stars, a ball of 9-colored golden light shot out from Long Houchen's left wrist and fused with the purple light that had converged into one. Then, it blasted towards Austin Griffin, who was right in front of him. Long Houchen's body was slapped to the ground by Haoyue, and a deep pit was formed. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Austin Griffin had not released much of his attack power at all. Although Long Houchen had crashed to the ground, he bounced up the next moment. On the other hand, Austin Griffin did not seem to be in a good condition. His entire body was filled with a layer of 9-colored light, and a small hole had appeared on his chest. The boundless heaven and earth and the sun-moon divine snail shield were an attack that was a supreme divine weapon, and Long Houchen had unleashed all the power he had. Even the powerful demon god of heaven and earth, the 9-headed chimera, and Austin Griffin would be injured by this powerful force. However, just as everyone was pleasantly surprised, the wound on Austin Griffin's chest rapidly healed like water ripples, as if nothing had happened. He looked coldly at Long Houchen, who was on the ground, and said, "My master, it seems like you really don't care about our old friendship? Unfortunately, your power is far from enough. I've said it before, there's nothing in this dimension that can threaten me. Do you think you can?" Long Houchen had a mournful look in his eyes, and he sighed. "Yes, of course I can't hurt you with my power, but you've devoured Haoyue's soul. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll destroy you all the same. You've said that I'm the chairman of the Temple Federation, the Knight of the Seal of Glory and Leadership. As the leader of humans, I have to protect humans and protect this dimension from being destroyed by you. Let's begin, grandfather. Demon Emperor was shocked when he heard Long Houchen address him as grandfather. He looked at Long Houchen in disbelief, and saw the determination in Long Houchen's eyes. The Demon Emperor instantly raised the heaven-defying Demon God sword in his hand. With his demigod cultivation base, Austin Griffin naturally couldn't suppress him with just his coercion alone. The moment the Demon Emperor raised the heaven-defying Demon God sword, it seemed to light up the entire world. The purple color in the sky finally changed, and Austin Griffin's expression also changed drastically. He finally felt an existence that could threaten him. Then, all the Demon God pillars in the distance lit up. The Demon Emperor's body shook, and he disappeared in an instant, while the dark golden heaven-defying Demon Dragon pillar expanded at an astonishing speed. Not only him, but the Moon Demon Agars also did the same. He went all out to release the power of his Demon God pillars. In an instant, in front of the dragon resisting pass, Demon God pillars lit up one after another and quickly flew into the sky. Even if the Demon God pillars no longer had any Demon God, they still released their most dazzling light at this moment. Long Houchen's previous attack was not to defeat Austin Griffin, because he knew very well that he didn't have the strength to do so. Through the exchange of eyes and souls with the Demon Emperor, he knew very well what he had to do. His attack on Haoyue was to cover for the Demon Emperor and buy him enough time to prepare. Who would have thought that the human and demon powerhouses, who were mortal enemies previously and had fought against each other for more than 6,000 years, would actually join forces at this moment? It was precisely because Austin Griffin didn't expect this that he eventually fell into the trap prepared by the Demon Emperor. 10. Earth. 9. Heavens. God. Destroying. Formation. On top of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon pillar, the Demon Emperor's almost crazy shout came. The dark golden light instantly rushed into the sky, as if it really connected to the limit of the sky. A thick layer of dark golden light also instantly covered Haoyue's body, causing his body, which was just about to move, to slow down for a moment. Immediately afterward, the purple moon and orange starlight in the sky lit up at the same time. It was the Moon Demon Pillar and the Star Demon Pillar. The 3 Demon God pillars instantly formed the core formation of the 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God destroying formation. The 3 Demon God pillars firmly locked Austin Griffin's body in the center. At the same time, the remaining 17 Demon God pillars flew up one after another. Rays of light connected them to form a cage frame in the air, forcibly sealing Austin Griffin within. Not only that, but each Demon God pillar flashed with a different light. The purple that originally belonged to Austin Griffin was actually sealed and fragmented in this cage. The 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God destroying formation was originally created to counter Austin Griffin's ability. Everything was actually formed to counter it. At the same time, rays of light began to light up in the distance. One after another, Demon God pillars actually tore through the space and appeared in front of the dragon resisting pass. Whether it was the Demon God pillars that were left behind by the demons to collect, or the Demon God pillars that followed the Necromancy Demon God Agatha and the Hell Demon God Marbus to attack the southeast stronghold and the Myriad Beasts Pass, all of them actually rushed over. This was the Demon Emperor's preparation. As the leader of the 72 Demon God pillars, what he needed to do was to fully mobilize the power of the 72 Demon God pillars and recreate the original 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God destroying formation. Austin Griffin floated there quietly. He seemed to be really affected by the formation and was imprisoned within it. He could only watch helplessly as the Demon God pillars appeared out of thin air and assembled into the huge cage, confining his huge body within. This was the true and most terrifying power of the demons. Just the aura alone was enough to make all the Federation powerhouses in the temple unable to contend against it. It was only at this moment that Long Houchen also understood what a huge loss the Moon Demon's betrayal was to the demons. As the controller of the Moon Demon Pillar, if he turned to the human side, it would mean that even the Demon Emperor would not be able to activate the 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God-destroying formation. This was because the activation of this formation required the combined power of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Pillar, the Moon Demon Pillar, and the Star Demon Pillar. Once Agars gave up, this formation would not be able to be completed. However, could the 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God-destroying formation really restrain Haoyue? After all, the 72 Demon God Pillars were not complete. As early as when Long Houchen led the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad to battle the demon race, several of them had already been destroyed. Now that he thought about it, it had to be said that Austin Griffin had planned ahead. Could the incomplete version of the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God extinguishing formation really destroy him? A trace of contempt appeared in the depths of Austin Griffin's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and shook it gently. I said that what happened in the past will not happen again. Since I dared to stand here and let you complete the formation, I am naturally not afraid of this bullsh T10 Heavens and 9 Earth God destroying formation. Not to mention that this formation is already incomplete, so what if it is complete? I suffered a great loss back then because I was unprepared. At the same time, there were a large number of human powerhouses activating the formation. So many years have passed, and your formation is no longer as good as it used to be. The blood chi that tens of thousands of human powerhouses left in the formation has long dissipated. My master, let me give you a big gift. Let's destroy the foundation of all the demons first. As he spoke, Austin Griffin's gray eyes suddenly lit up, and the gray light shone brightly. At the same time, a layer of misty purple light spread from his body. The cage in the sky suddenly enlarged along with Austin Griffin's transformation. In the next moment, Austin Griffin, the god of divine wrath and the 9-headed chimera, let everyone witness his true terror. It was as if a purple sun had suddenly appeared in the 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God-destroying formation. The intense purple light instantly overshadowed all the magnificent colors released by the 60-odd demon god pillars. Wherever the purple light passed, it did not seem to have any intention of shrinking. An extremely huge and terrifying body also appeared in the sky, within the 10 Heavens and 9 Earth God-destroying formation. The god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, had finally revealed its true form, a terrifying form. Previously, when the Demon Emperor had revealed his heaven-defying Demon Dragon Emperor form, it was already terrifying enough. However, compared to what Austin Griffin had just revealed, the Demon Emperor's true form was like a 3-year-old child's. 10,000 meters. Yes, it was a massive body that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was as if a city had suddenly appeared in the sky. Its massive body was covered with huge scales that were dozens of meters in diameter. Its thick limbs seemed to be able to cause the earth to collapse at any time. When it spread its huge wings, they were close to 10,000 meters wide. The most terrifying thing was that there were 9 heads growing out of its thick neck. The shape of each head was very familiar to Long Houchen. He had witnessed them grow up with his own eyes. However, at this moment, the 9 heads that had appeared in front of him were so foreign to him. This was because each of their eyes had lost their original colors, and all that was left was a gray that was filled with destruction and madness. The head in the center was the most foreign to Long Houchen. Back then, when he had first met Haoyue, there was only Xiaohua. Later on, after his blood fused, there was Xiao Guang. All along, these 2 heads had always been in the center of Haoyue's heads. But now, there was an additional head between Xiaohua and Xiao Guang. It was a head that was completely gray and almost twice the size of the other 8 heads. A strong aura of death was constantly reflected from its eyes, and the gazes of the other 8 heads would also change according to its gaze. Xiao Guang and Xiao Hua separated on the left and right, and then the others. It was indeed no longer Haoyue. Although Haoyue had a unified body and a unified mind, it was still 8 souls together. But now there was only one soul of Austin Griffin, the one that symbolized destruction. As soon as the god of wrath, the 9-headed Makira, and Austin Griffin's colossal bodies appeared, they filled the originally wide 10 earths and 9 heavens god, extinguishing formation to the brim, while every single demon god pillar in the formation lit up under the urging of the demon god emperor and the moon demon god. In the sky, a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. The powerful pressure suppressed all powerhouses below the 9th level to the ground and rendered them unable to move. Even the 9th level powerhouses could only barely stand. It had been a few hours since the start of this holy war. Who would have thought that the final outcome would be like this? In the end, the most powerful enemy was not the leader of the demons, the demon emperor, but Long Haochen's mount companion. This was an unbelievable scene, but he had indeed appeared. Now, the demons were doing their best to seal Austin Griffin, and the human powerhouses could do nothing. It turned out that the demons who worked together were so terrifying. It was no wonder that they did not have the power of creation and could not produce. It turned out that their origin was not a race, but a terrifying formation formed by 72 artifacts. The 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation was no longer something that human powerhouses could participate in. At this moment, Long Haochen, who was floating in the air, did not pay attention to Austin Griffin, who was surrounded in the air. Instead, he turned around. His gaze first fell on his mother. At this time, Baiyu had fainted because she was too emotional earlier. It was Kai Er who was supporting her and using her purification power to protect her future mother-in-law. Long Haochen turned his head, and Kai Er also saw his eyes. For some reason, Kai Er's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Long Haochen's gaze was very calm and gentle, with a strong sense of attachment and reluctance. Suddenly, Kai Er seemed to understand something, and her beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She said, "No, Long Haochen, don't." However, she could do nothing now. Even with her cultivation, at this moment, she could not break through the 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation and the terrifying pressure brought by Austin Griffin. That tyrannical power suppressed her to the point that she could not move at all, and she could only barely protect herself and Baiyu with the power of her domain. Long Haochen shook his head gently at her, and his lips hummed as he said something to Kai Er. Although she could only see the shape of his lips, Kai Er immediately understood. Tears instantly gushed out, and under the strong pressure in the air, they turned into countless tiny water elements that scattered in the air. Long Haochen's gaze shifted to his father again. At this time, Long Xingwu was also unable to move, but when Long Haochen's gaze fell on him, he also said something to him. Long Xingwu also understood. The Knight of the Seal, who was once such a strong judgment, was indeed in tears, but he could do nothing now. Long Haochen's gaze swept past each of his companions from the Light of Dawn monster hunters, and then swept past the powerhouses of the Federation in the temple, the Eternal Heroes. Everyone saw the reluctance in his eyes, but they also gradually saw the determination in his eyes. Long Haochen, we can't hold on any longer. I didn't expect you to go to that other world with me, but I'm very happy to hear you call me grandfather. The Demon Emperor's voice echoed in the air, and Austin Griffin's originally calm and huge body seemed to suddenly realize something and struggled frantically. The 9 huge heads were like 9 super weapons, madly crashing into the 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation. The power of the God of Scourge was too terrifying, so terrifying that even the power of more than 60 demon god pillars couldn't resist it. The originally powerful demon god pillars were gradually collapsing in the face of this pressure. The first to crack were the 3 cores in the center, the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, the Moon Demon Pillar, and the Star Demon Pillar. As the cracks appeared, Austin Griffin's struggle became more and more intense, and the terrifying aura of destruction seemed to be able to break through the restraints at any time. Long Houchen raised the purple-gold sword in his hand and looked calmly at the 10,000-meter-long, incomparably powerful, and even terrifying god of heaven's wrath. He murmured, "Haoyue, it was I who brought you to this world. Now let me take you away. Perhaps in another world we can still be brothers. Little Lei, come out." With a flash of green light, the divine spirit Yi Xiaolei instantly flew out from Long Houchen's chest. Her petite face was now filled with tears, but she had no intention of stopping Long Houchen, because she knew very well that what Long Houchen was doing was the only way out. Long Houchen nodded at Yi Xiaolei and said gently, "Xiaolei, you've already fused with my power of light. Even if you don't attach yourself to anyone, you're already a divine spirit. You won't die because of the environment. Take care." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and a layer of purple-gold light enveloped Yi Xiaolei's body, shielding her from the immense pressure from the great formation of the 10 earths and 9 heavens and Austin Griffin's body. She was then slowly sent to Kaire's side. Perhaps this is the best ending. A smile appeared on Long Houchen's face. At this moment, the past was no longer important to him. He had so much reluctance and indignation, but he no longer had a second choice. The purple-gold heavy sword formed from the power of Haoyue's bloodline was slowly raised. Long Houchen stared intently at Austin Griffin, who was struggling with all his might, and said coldly, "You've taken away Haoyue's soul. Now I'll take away everything from you." As he spoke, the purple-gold heavy sword flew out of his hand and into the air. After rising 30 meters into the air, the heavy sword turned into a ray of purple light and shot down. Its target was the top of Long Houchen's head. Indeed, when Long Houchen and the Demon Emperor exchanged glances, he had already made up his mind. Through the undulations of their souls, the Demon Emperor had told him that there was no power in this world that could defeat Austin Griffin. Even if the 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation reappeared, it would be impossible for Austin Griffin to be killed again when the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, and Austin Griffin were prepared. Austin Griffin's only weakness was Long Houchen. Only the blood contract with Long Houchen was his only restriction, and also his last chance. Therefore, when Long Houchen rose into the air and launched a suicidal attack on Austin Griffin, his and the Demon Emperor's plan had already begun. Long Houchen's attack on Austin Griffin was to buy time for the Demon Emperor, so that the Demon Emperor could activate the incomplete 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation. This 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation was not to kill Austin Griffin. Similarly, the Demon Emperor was also buying time for Long Houchen to commit suicide. There was a blood contract between Long Houchen and Austin Griffin. Only when Long Houchen died and the blood contract ended, could Austin Griffin be killed. This was also why Long Houchen had attacked Austin Griffin with all his might, but Austin Griffin did not hurt her. It was not because Austin Griffin was benevolent, but because the blood contract made him hesitate to attack Long Houchen. It could be said that Long Houchen was the god of divine wrath's only weakness. At this moment, the 10 earths and 9 heavens god-destroying formation restrained Austin Griffin so that he could not intervene and prevent Long Houchen from committing suicide. This formation gathered the power of more than 60 demon god pillars, and it had once sealed Austin Griffin. Even though it was now incomplete and could not reproduce its former glory, at least it had enough power to restrain Austin Griffin for a certain period of time. And this was enough for Long Houchen. At this moment, Long Houchen's heart was clear. All the clamor had left him at this moment. He was going to leave. No matter how deep his reluctance was, for the sake of all living beings on the holy demon continent, this was his only choice. Purple light flashed. Under the urging of Long Houchen with all his might, the powerful power of destruction poured into Long Houchen's head. Even if the holy law god of necromancy, the scourge of necromancy Electrolux, came back to life, it would be impossible for him to save Long Houchen's life. Countless sorrowful cries sounded from below. When the powerhouses of the Temple League saw this scene, although only those who were most familiar with Long Houchen understood the meaning behind his actions, everyone could feel the spirit of self-sacrifice from Long Houchen. At that moment, he looked so frail, but also so duty-bound. At this moment, all the human powerhouses who had tried to compete with Long Houchen couldn't help but feel inferior. As the Federation's head of the Serpent, he fully deserved it. Big brother, don't. Just as Long Houchen's heart was calm and the purple streak of light was about to reach the top of his head, an extremely familiar and urgent voice that was filled with an indescribable sense of intimacy suddenly rang in the depths of Long Houchen's soul. The purple-gold heavy sword that was about to reach the top of his head seemed to be forcefully pulled back by some sort of power. The tip of the sword had already pierced through Long Houchen's scalp, but it did not descend. Long Houchen suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Haoyue!" Yes, that voice belonged to Haoyue, and definitely didn't belong to Austin Griffin. No matter how powerful Austin Griffin was in the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens god-destroying formation, he couldn't possibly stop Long Houchen at that moment. And what stopped Long Houchen from committing suicide was the power of his bloodline. At that moment, Long Houchen clearly felt that the bloodline that belonged to Haoyue in his body was completely boiling. The huge purple-gold sword in the air instantly turned into a ball of purple light and fused back into his body, refusing to hurt him. And what shocked him the most was, in the high school, Austin Griffin's gigantic body that was 10,000 meters tall twisted violently. Long Houchen saw a pair of familiar eyes. The eyes were golden, representing the color of light. The huge head that belonged to it suddenly raised and fiercely collided with the huge gray head in the middle of Austin Griffin's body. Little Light. It was Little Light. That's right, the one that called out to Long Houchen was Little Light, who was born because of Long Houchen's bloodline. At that moment, it had actually forcibly broken free from Austin Griffin's control. Its consciousness had actually awakened, and it forcefully collided with the side of Austin Griffin's neck. However, its eyes were still fixed on Long Houchen. In its eyes, Long Houchen saw urgency, worry, and deep sorrow. The same emotions were also rising from the bloodline that belonged to Haoyue in his body. Long Houchen's suicide had actually awakened the trace of consciousness that Haoyue had left in his bloodline. It was also the existence of this consciousness that stopped the purple-gold sword at the final moment when he was on the verge of death. That was the power of Haoyue's bloodline in the first place. Could this be Austin Griffin's ploy? Long Houchen thought of many things in that instant. Could Austin Griffin have temporarily awakened Little Light in order to prevent him from dying, and then used all his strength to break through the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens God eradication formation before controlling him? If that was really the case, given Austin Griffin's powerful abilities, Long Houchen wouldn't be able to resist him no matter what. In the future, he would only become a puppet controlled by the god of divine wrath. However, Little Light quickly dispelled Long Houchen's doubts with its actions. Austin Griffin's head of destruction, which had been knocked away by Little Light, bellowed furiously and turned to glare at Little Light. A thick layer of gray light enveloped Little Light. Light, on the other hand, did something that terrified the head of destruction. It abruptly opened its jaws and bit down on the base of Austin Griffin's neck, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of scales and flesh. Of course, Austin Griffin's evolution wasn't limited to the head of destruction's evolution. Every other head had evolved to the level of the god of divine wrath, and Little Light's sudden outburst could be said to be a backlash from its own body. Roar! The head of destruction abruptly bellowed in pain. Under the impact of the gray light, Little Light's head trembled violently, as if it was struggling against something. It was also at that moment that a pair of red eyes on the other side of the head of destruction broke through the shackles of destruction. An intense and fiery aura instantly burst forth, viciously biting the head of destruction's base from another direction. Little fire. It was little fire. With little lights awakening, so did little fire. Among Haoyue's 9 heads, little light and little fire were undoubtedly the closest to Long Haochen. One was a life that Long Haochen had saved, while the other was a life born from Long Haochen's bloodline power. At that very moment, as Long Haochen resolved to sacrifice himself to destroy Austin Griffin, little light and little fire's consciousness awakened. For the sake of Long Haochen's survival, they attacked the head of destruction at all costs. Chapter 307. Due to the intense pain, Austin Griffin's massive body trembled violently. This terrifying body was still under the control of the head of destruction, and the 10 earths and 9 heavens god, extinguishing formation, finally could not hold on any longer. Boom! Thousands of rays of light exploded in the air, and one after another, the demon god pillars collapsed in the face of Austin Griffin's terrifying power. His massive body also rushed out of the cage formed by the 10 earths and 9 heavens god, extinguishing formation. How terrifying was that power! It was so terrifying that even the joint efforts of over 60 demon god pillars could not continue to control it. However, Austin Griffin was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even when he was sealed in the world of black and red, he had not encountered such a huge problem. After all, the current god of Scourge was no longer the god of Scourge of the past. Little Light's existence had replaced the darkness, and there was a part of Long Haochen's bloodline in Austin Griffin's body. It was the bloodline of the god of light. The will of destruction was weakened by the power of this bloodline, and the 8 heads attached to Austin Griffin not only had their own intelligence and souls before the head of destruction was awakened, but they also had an extremely close relationship with Long Haochen. Under such circumstances, how could they watch Austin Griffin destroy Long Haochen, destroy their lives, and destroy their master, brother, who had sacrificed for them countless times? Brother, don't die. We'll help you. In Long Haochen's heart, voices resounded one after another. At this moment, he only felt the blood in his body boiling, and his body was enveloped by an indescribable feeling of familial love. How touching it was for a person to be saved from a hopeless situation of death by familial love. Long Haochen suddenly roared, "Haoyue, I'll fight with you!" As he spoke, Long Haochen suddenly leaped up and pounced towards the battlefield high up in the sky. At the same time, the grayness in the eyes of the other big heads on both sides of Haoyue also dissipated. Little Green, which represented the wind, was the third to awaken, followed by Little Blue, which represented the water and had a butterfly horn. Next was Little Purple, which represented the poisonous chrysanthemum horn. Little Yellow, which represented the earth and had a tomato horn. Finally, it was Little Gold, which represented the metal, and Little Thunder, which represented the thunder. The eyes of the 8 heads shone with different lights. At this moment, they only had one target, and that was the head of destruction in the middle. Roar, roar! The head of destruction roared crazily, constantly spitting out grayish breath. Its huge body was also struggling desperately, destroying more and more demons. However, the big heads that had regained their consciousness all pounced on it and bit its thick neck. No matter how strong the head of destruction was, under the joint bite of the 8 heads, it could not break free. Large pieces of flesh mixed with the thick grayish air were torn off. Before Long Haochen's body could get close to the head of destruction, he was knocked back by the terrifying power that burst out from the final destruction of the 10 earths and 9 heavens god, extinguishing formation, causing him to violently hit the ground. And this time, his body no longer had the protection of the armor of eternity and creation. His body hit the ground, and immediately blood spurted out. Boom, boom! The other 2 figures fell not far from Long Haochen. In the sky, all the demons had been turned into dust. The terrifying elemental storm seemed to tear the entire space apart, causing the purple in the sky to instantly turn black. If this terrifying elemental storm was allowed to fall, then not to mention the dragon-resisting pass, perhaps even the holy demon continent would suffer irreparable damage. At this time, the recovery of Haoyue's consciousness played an extremely important role. 9 different colors of light bloomed on the huge body that was 10,000 meters long. At the same time, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths god extinguishing formation was completely destroyed, Haoyue seemed to have taken the initiative in his body. A layer of strong purple light was suddenly released from his huge body, forming a huge purple light film, forcibly isolating the raging elemental storm outside, and forcibly driving the elemental storm into the torn space crack. The 2 figures that fell not far from Long Haochen were Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agars. As for the other 6 demons that were still alive, they were all turned into dust in the Battle of the Seal just now, living and dying together with the demon god pillars. Long Haochen could clearly feel that although Demon Emperor Fengxiu and Moon Demon Agars were still alive, their auras were declining at an alarming rate. The destruction of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Pillar and the Moon Demon Pillar had a huge impact on them. Agars's cultivation was weaker, and his injuries were more severe. It seemed that he only had 1 breath left. It was unknown how many wounds there were on his body, but he was barely maintaining his vitality. However, for a powerhouse of his level, as long as he still had 1 breath left, he would not die completely. However, with the destruction of the Moon Demon Pillar, even if he could survive, his cultivation would definitely decline significantly. Compared to Agars, Demon Emperor displayed his demigod-level advantage. Although he was also severely injured and bleeding from his 7 orifices, he managed to climb up from the deep pit in the ground that he had smashed out. Moreover, he got up almost at the same time as Long Haochen. At this time, Demon Emperor's eyes were full of puzzlement. He looked at Long Haochen beside him. How could this be? Austin Griffin, how could he? Long Haochen looked up at the fierce battle between the 9 heads in the sky and muttered, "He's not just Austin Griffin, he's also my Haoyue. Haoyue is my brother, my partner. My suicide seems to have awakened their consciousness. Haoyue is back, I'm going to help him, I'm going to help him." As he spoke, Long Haochen was about to soar into the sky again, but Demon Emperor flashed and pressed down on his shoulder. Long Haochen turned his head to look at Demon Emperor. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other. This was the first time they looked at each other at such a close distance, but there was no hostility in their gazes. Demon Emperor Fengxiu, at this time, in the situation where all the demon god pillars were destroyed, actually revealed a smile on his face. There was a sense of relief in his smile, and even an indescribable sense of freedom. "I'll help you." As he spoke, the thick aura of darkness on Fengxiu's body quickly retracted. In a flash, he turned into a dark golden light and floated in front of Long Haochen. It was the form of the heaven-defying demon god sword. However, this heaven-defying demon god sword no longer originated from the existence of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Instead, it came from Demon Emperor Fengxiu's body. What shocked Long Haochen even more was that he couldn't sense any aura of darkness from this heaven-defying demon god sword, especially at the hilt, which seemed to have no attributes. There was no time to hesitate or think. Long Haochen currently had no weapon to use. The throne of God of Eternity and Creation had been heavily damaged by the God of Divine Wrath, Austin Griffin, and could no longer be used. Even if it had powerful self-healing abilities, it would still take a long time to recover the power of a supreme divine weapon. Raising his hand, Long Haochen gripped the hilt of the heaven-defying demon god sword tightly. He looked up at the sky again. The thick aura of light mixed with Haoyue's bloodline power caused a layer of purplish-golden flames to appear on his body. The 6 wings on his back flapped with all their might, and as the purplish-golden flames burned, he held the heaven-defying demon god sword that the heaven-defying demon dragon Emperor Fengxiu had transformed into and soared into the sky. "What do you stand to gain by doing this? If I die, all of you will die as well." Austin Griffin roared in exasperation. Dense gray light surged in the air, and with a piercing tearing sound, Austin Griffin's head of destruction was torn apart by the other 8 heads in unison, forcibly tearing it apart from the center. The gray light instantly drifted far away, and at the same time, the massive body that was 10,000 meters long also shrank at an alarming rate. The head of destruction had been torn apart, but it clearly would not die just like that. It was the god of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera, and the destruction soul of Austin Griffin. As the massive gray head tumbled in the air, it quickly transformed into a human form. It was still Long Houchen's appearance, but this time, there was no longer a purple hue on his body. All that was left was the gray that was filled with a destructive aura. After biting off that gray head, Haoyue's 8 heads seemed to be very tired. After suffering the full impact of the destructive energy, blood of the same color as their respective element flowed out of each of their mouths. However, the light in their eyes was so resolute. "Brother, we can't let him escape. Kill him." Haoyue's voice rang in Long Houchen's heart. In the next moment, its massive body turned into a purple stream of light that surged towards Long Houchen. At the same time, the purple light film that had just stopped the destructive elemental storm in the air closed up and formed a massive purple bubble that engulfed Long Houchen and Austin Griffin. The thick purple light that Haoyue had turned into instantly engulfed Long Houchen's body, and dyed him purple. Fusion. This was the fusion between Haoyue and Long Houchen. An indescribably massive power instantly filled every pore on Long Houchen's body, and an extremely gorgeous purplish-gold armor covered Long Houchen's body. The body of the purplish-gold armor was somewhat similar to the armor of eternity and creation that Long Houchen had worn previously, but its color was more dazzling and eye-catching, and there were also many differences from the armor of eternity and creation. Firstly, there were no statues of angels or holy dragons on the purplish-gold Haoyue armor. What it had was the metal form of Haoyue's 8 heads. On his left and right shoulders were Little Thunder and Little Gold, while on his chest were Little Light and Little Fire, which covered both sides of Long Houchen's pectoral muscles. The other 4 heads appeared on Long Houchen's abdomen, waist, and knees respectively. The 8 heads turned purple after turning into the armor. Other than their horns, the only difference was the color of their eyes. Even when he was wearing the armor of eternity and creation, Long Houchen did not feel that he had broken through that boundary. However, at this moment, when the purplish-gold Haoyue armor covered his entire body, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have risen to another height and entered a whole new level. God level. This was clearly the power of a god level. It was the god-level power that Haoyue had given him. A purple light extended from Long Houchen's right hand, and he quickly transferred the heaven-defying demon god's sword to his left hand. Wasn't it the 8-headed purplish-gold Haoyue sword that appeared in his right hand? At this moment, Long Houchen could not help but have mixed feelings. Had he ever thought that one day his power would break through to the god level? Had he ever thought that one day his hands would hold the swords that were transformed from Haoyue and Demon Emperor? Buzz. The heaven-defying demon dragon sword lit up with a rich dark golden flame, and Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's voice sounded. Long Houchen, this is your and our only chance. Austin Griffin's body has automatically separated its head of destruction, which is also the god of wrath's core power of destruction. Kill it, and Austin Griffin will never be able to reincarnate again, because this is his own power purifying himself. Do it. As the dark golden flame burned, Long Houchen could clearly feel that at this moment, the heaven-defying demon dragon sword that the Demon Emperor had transformed into had actually reached the god level. The dark golden flame seemed to be his own flame of life. What was more precious was that Long Houchen did not feel the existence of any dark aura, and it would not affect him at all. Long Houchen, you can't attack me, Austin Griffin said exasperatedly. Even though he looked exactly like Long Houchen, the malevolence and unwillingness on his face was a stark contrast to Long Houchen's. Your Haoyue is a part of me, and I am the god of wrath, the core of the nine-headed chimera. If I die, then your Hauyue will die too. Your luminous moon is a part of me, and I am the god of divine wrath, the core of the nine-headed chimera. If I die, then your luminous moon will die as well. He's sacrificed so much for you, yet you actually want to kill him. How can you bear to do that? As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to think of a way to completely separate your luminous moon from me. In the future, he'll be him and I'll be me. We'll become two completely different life forms. When he heard the words Hauyue will die too, Long Houchin could not help but tremble violently. Although he had already guessed it, when Austin Griffin said it personally, his mind was in a mess. Brother, don't listen to her. He has to die. If he doesn't die, destruction will not die. As long as he's alive, we won't have freedom. When he recovers his abilities, he will devour us again. But if he dies, perhaps we will still have a chance to reincarnate. Kill! Demon Emperor Maofeng's furious roar erupted from the heaven-defying demon dragon sword. Long Houchin finally made up his mind at this moment. Purple light filled the sky, and the dense spiritual power undulations instantly rose to the extreme. At this moment, he was controlling the power of a god. A huge purplish-gold vertical eye appeared in the sky, and the surroundings of the purplish-gold vertical eye were burning with dark golden flames. At this moment, the god of heaven's wrath, Austin Griffin, was a little sluggish. After being torn apart from his body by Hauyue, he had already suffered a great deal of damage. Right now, he did not have the power of the god of heaven's wrath at all. When he saw the purplish-gold vertical eye clearly, he actually muttered to himself, "Genesis, is that you? Genesis, you're actually still alive, and you're still looking at me with your eyes open?" In the next moment, the purplish-gold heaven-burning eye had already completely covered his body with countless rays of light. Heaven-burning 3 styles, heaven-burning eye, instant of youth, boundless heaven and earth. The sky once again turned purple. Within the noble purple, there were traces of sorrow and determination. At this moment, all the gray was completely covered by the light of the combination of purplish gold and dark golden. In the sky, an unwilling voice echoed, "Genesis, I hate you." The purple light in the sky lasted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually dimming. The humans and demons in front of the dragon resisting pass were finally no longer affected by the terrifying coercion, and gradually regained their ability to move. The gray disappeared, and so did all the destructive aura. At the same time, all the demon god pillars belonging to the demons that had ruled the holy demon continent for more than 6,000 years had also disappeared. As the purple light gradually faded, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A faint golden trace began to appear, and then happily spread out. The dark clouds and darkness were gradually destroyed and disappeared under the drive of the golden trace. A golden sun gradually revealed its face from the trace of light. At this moment, the body of the first temple master of the Knights Templars, the eternal hero Xiao Hua, trembled violently. He was an undead. Bathing in the sunlight would bring him incomparable pain, no matter how powerful he was. But at this moment, bathing in the sunlight that was getting warmer and warmer, he let out a choking sound. Although he did not shed tears, at this moment, his emotions had already reached an unparalleled level. Not only him, but every eternal hero, every human powerhouse present, stared at the increasingly dazzling sunlight in the sky with dull eyes. They could not speak, nor were they willing to blink. This glorious sun seemed to be telling them that the darkness had ended, and the dawn of light had come. The dark age that had covered the holy demon continent for more than 6,000 years had finally ended at this moment. It had completely ended. The purple golden light fell from the sky, as if it had drilled out from the dazzling sunlight, and lightly fell on the ground. From this moment on, he was no longer just a legend, but a legendary and epic hero. He had finally led mankind to create history, broke through the darkness, and caused destruction to disappear into nothingness. He was the Son of Light of mankind, the God of Light, the President of the Temple, the owner of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the glorious and leader of the Knights Templars, the Knight of the Seal, the legendary and epic hero, Long Houchen. Puff! Long Houchen floated to the ground. The purple-golden Haoyue armor that Haoyue had transformed into did not have a helmet. Everyone could see that Long Houchen's handsome face was a little pale at this moment. He had completely killed Austin Griffin, and mankind was finally going to walk out of the shackles of the Dark Age. But at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Instead, it was full of sorrow. Haoyue! Long Houchen cried out, choking with sobs. He was turning into a wisp of purple light that flew in the air, disappearing. Long Houchen pressed his hands on his body, desperately trying to hold on to something, but he could not grasp anything at all. Haoyue's aura was becoming weaker and weaker, and it was slowly dissipating in the air. A dark golden light flashed, and the Demon Emperor appeared 5 meters away from Long Houchen. The remaining demons quickly surrounded him, with the Demon Emperor as the core, protecting their most powerful emperor. But at this moment there was a faint black mist constantly dissipating in the air around all the demons, and their aura also began to rapidly weaken. The 72 demon god pillars had been completely destroyed, and the foundation of the demons had been completely destroyed. All the power brought from that plane began to dissipate from the demons after the demon god pillars were destroyed, and their cultivation also decreased with the loss of the power that belonged to darkness and the other plane. Not just the ordinary demons, even Demon Emperor Feng Xiu and Moon Demon Agars were in the same situation, and the power in their bodies was dissipating even faster. Feng Xiu's face was much paler than Long Houchen's, and dark purple blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. Previously, when he transformed into the heaven-defying demon dragon god sword and burst forth with god-tier power, he was actually using all his power to suppress his dark attribute so as not to affect Long Houchen. Moreover, he had to bear the huge amount of pure light spiritual power that Long Houchen injected into him during the battle and convert it. This was a very difficult situation, but the Demon Emperor persisted and persisted until Austin Griffin was completely destroyed. At this moment, the Lord of Demons had a look of relief on his face, as if he had let go of the biggest burden in his heart. He raised his hand and motioned for all the demons to keep quiet, and just stood there, silently watching Long Houchen, who was in extreme sorrow, as the purple light on his body gradually faded away. Haoyue's aura was becoming fainter and fainter, and Long Houchen's face was already covered with tears. He could not even sense any signs that Haoyue was still alive. The God of Wrath, the 9-headed Chimera, and Austin Griffin were right. The head of destruction was one with the other 8 heads, and the moment the 8 heads, led by Little Light and Little Fire, bit it off, Haoyue had already sacrificed his life for Long Houchen. At that time, unless they were willing to let Austin Griffin regenerate where his wound was, Haoyue's life would only fade away with time. Austin Griffin's head of destruction was the core, and he might not die if he was not attacked, but Haoyue, who had lost his core, would undoubtedly die. But at the last moment, Haoyue had used all his strength to help Long Houchen kill Austin Griffin. Of course, it was not because he loved humans, and it was not because he pitied this plane, but because he did it for Long Houchen alone. He was afraid that Long Houchen would be hurt in the slightest, afraid that his master and brother's life would be threatened, so he used his last bit of strength to help Long Houchen resolve all possible disasters. But at this moment, when all the problems were resolved, what Haoyue had to face was death. He would leave this world and Long Houchen forever. Long Houchen's heart ached violently. That indescribable pain made him tremble uncontrollably. Even if he died, he did not want Haoyue to leave him forever. Memories began to appear in his mind. From the first time the knight met Haoyue on the sacred mountain, from the moment he used his blood to help Haoyue change his attribute, their fates were linked together. Light appeared, and Hao Yue had 2 heads and became his best friend. In the process of Long Haochun's growth, Hao Yue had always been by his side and grew together with him. Gradually, Hao Yue grew a 3rd head, greeny, followed by blue with butterfly-like antennae, purple, yellow, gold, and thunder. Every time Hao Yue grew, it had to grow with Long Haochun. Before today, Long Haochun had never doubted that anything would happen to Hao Yue, and Hao Yue had always used his strength to protect Long Haochun and help him advance. Long Haochun's trust in Hao Yue was not wrong. Even if Hao Yue would become a 9-headed chimera after awakening, it would not be Hao Yue's betrayal towards Long Haochun. Hao Yue had always regarded Long Haochun as the closest person in its life, and it was the same for Long Haochun. Hao Yue grew with him and gave him greater strength. But now Hao Yue was actually going to die for him. How could Long Haochun accept this? The purple-gold Hao Yue armor gradually dissipated in the air, and was replaced by endless pain in Long Haochun's heart. He desperately tried to catch that trace of purple air current, but it could only flow past his fingertip. Hao Yue, Hao Yue! Long Haochun shouted loudly, but there was nothing he could do now. Finally, when the last trace of purple faded from his body, Long Haochun's body swayed, and he fell to the ground with a pale face. Hao Yue had left, and it was as if his heart had been completely sucked out. At this moment, a soft call suddenly woke Long Haochun up from his grief. He lifted his head abruptly and looked into the sky. A purple illusory figure was gradually taking shape. Wasn't it Hao Yue's appearance? At this moment, Hao Yue only had 8 heads, and Austin Griffin's soul was not present. The 8 heads and 8 pairs of eyes of completely different colors were looking at Long Haochun with gentle gazes, as if they were telling him something. Hao Yue, don't leave me! Long Haochun shouted and wanted to pounce on him. At this moment, Hao Yue's figure in the air suddenly became illusory, and it rapidly turned into a purple vortex that condensed in the center. Finally, it turned into a small purple rune that flew towards Long Haochun and landed in the middle of his forehead. Long Haochun's body shook violently in the air. When he landed on the ground again, he was completely unconscious, and the 9 purple-gold patterns on his forehead gradually faded. Finally, the 9 purple-gold patterns turned into a small rune that stopped there, and then gradually disappeared under Long Haochun's skin. Hao Yue's figure and aura completely dissipated at this moment, leaving no trace behind. Kair hugged Long Haochun's falling body. At this moment, her pretty face was also covered in tears. She knew the relationship between Long Haochun and Hao Yue all too well. Hao Yue's death was too heavy a blow to Long Haochun. Fortunately, he was still alive. Her man was still alive. Everything should come to an end. Looking at the unconscious Long Haochun, the Demon Emperor raised his hand and waved at Bai Yu. Long Xingwu's figure flashed, and he stood in front of Bai Yu, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the Demon Emperor. What else do you want? Demon Emperor Feng Xiu smiled faintly. Long Xingwu, although I look down on your past actions, and I'm not too willing to acknowledge you as my son-in-law, you were willing to take that blow for Long Haochun just now. You're a responsible man. Everything is coming to an end. I just want to say a few words to my daughter. Long Xingwu stared blankly for a moment. The Demon Emperor, who had always been insurmountable in his eyes, at this moment, had lost all of his previous majesty. All that was left was a sense of tranquility and benevolence. Bai Yu stumbled out from behind Long Xingwu, and Long Xingwu hurriedly supported her. However, Bai Yu didn't look at him. She first looked at Long Haochun, who had fallen into Kai Er's arms with concern, before turning her gaze towards the Demon Emperor. What else do you have to say? A gentle smile appeared on the face of the demon god Huang Fengxiu. Child, I know you're not willing to acknowledge me. You're not wrong. I'm not a qualified father, and even more so, I'm not a qualified husband. No matter what happened in the past, the final result was a tragedy. I have an unshirkable responsibility. However, I have to tell you once again that in my heart, your mother is the only woman I've ever loved. Lingxian still remembered me even when she died. When I heard the last words she left behind, when I heard her last words, do you know what I was thinking? Bai Yu didn't make a sound, she only looked at the Demon Emperor with bloodshot eyes. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu sighed. At that time, the only thought in my heart was that my life wasn't a failure. Once upon a time, my goal was to break through in my cultivation, and I was also proud of myself for becoming the strongest Demon Emperor in history. However, it wasn't until I heard Ling Xuan's last words that I realized that all of this wasn't important to me. What's important is that I've loved, and there were people who loved me before. Just like your mother said, I've loved once, and I don't regret it. Hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Bai Yu could no longer control her emotions and cried bitterly. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said, the 72 demon god pillars have been destroyed. No matter how many wrongs we demons have done to humans in the past, or how much hatred we have, it's time to put an end to it now. Without the demon god pillars, in less than 3 years, all the power from the demon god pillars will dissipate. The demons that originally didn't belong to this plane will self-destruct, and the demons that were transformed from other races will gradually return to their original state. You humans don't need to do anything at all. You just need to wait for a while, and the Holy Demon Continent will completely return to your control. I only hope that you won't vent your anger on those who have lost their magic power and belong to my race. Agars is still alive, and I believe that he will also restrain these people. In less than 100 years, the demons will completely become history, and everything will be assimilated into a new world ruled by you humans. Alright, that's all I want to say. Please pass on my words to Long Haochen. No matter what, we demons sacrificed everything to prevent this plane from being destroyed at the last moment. For this reason, I believe that he will agree to my final request. At this point, Feng Xiu suddenly laughed. His laughter was very carefree, and a strong wave of spiritual power spread in the air. The Demon Emperor slowly opened his arms and looked up at the sky. I am the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Emperor, the greatest emperor in the history of the demons, but the demons will end in my hands. No one can kill me, not even Austin Griffin. The only one who can end my life is me. Bai Yu suddenly realized something and shouted. No, however, her words were still a step too late. A dagger had appeared in the Demon God Emperor's right hand at an unknown time, or perhaps it could be said that he used his own power to condense it into a dagger, and ruthlessly stabbed it into his own heart. However, his laughter continued, and his gaze shifted to Long Haochen. Brat, I killed you once and shattered your heart. Now I've returned it to you. Do you know that? Hearing you call me grandfather, I actually felt very happy. This is the first time I've felt happy since Lingxian died. No. Bai Yu cried bitterly and rushed towards the Demon Emperor. This time, Long Xingwu did not stop her. From the moment Bai Yu was willing to jump down from the dragon-resisting pass for the sake of the Demon Emperor, he understood that in Bai Yu's heart, the Demon Emperor existed as a father. Don't come over. The Demon Emperor shouted. As he shouted, Bai Yu fell to the ground. On the chest of the Demon Emperor, a strong purplish-black light mixed with dark blue lightning scattered in all directions. He was obviously afraid of hurting his daughter. Looking at Bai Yu, the Demon Emperor's gaze became incomparably gentle. He said softly, my daughter, I know you don't want to recognize me as your father, and I don't have the qualifications to be your father. However, just as my life is about to end, I have a request. Can you give me the will that your mother left behind, so that I won't have any regrets when I leave? Let me follow the scent of blood left behind in her will to find her, okay? No matter how much hatred Bai Yu had for the Demon Emperor, he was still her biological father. Especially when she saw the demigod-level life of the Demon Emperor slipping away at an alarming speed, the current Bai Yu did not have the slightest bit of hatred in her heart. Daddy! Bai Yu cried out sorrowfully and threw herself at the Demon Emperor. Long Xingwu appeared behind her in time and hugged her. If she was allowed to come into contact with the terrifying dark aura around the Demon Emperor, Bai Yu's body would definitely not be able to withstand it. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "Silly girl, what are you crying for? This is a good thing. I'm not dying, I'm going to find Lingxian. You should be happy for us. Moreover, if I don't leave, you will still be in a difficult situation. Daddy can't do more for you and can only do this. Hearing you call me Daddy, I'm really happy. With you and Haochen calling me, I'm very happy and it's worth it. Turns out that human kinship is so beautiful. Give it to me, your mother is waiting for me." Chapter 308. Black and red filled the entire world. The filthy air surged and lingered in the air. Occasionally, there would be a sudden rise in temperature, which must be caused by dark red magma flowing unrestrainedly on the ground. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the air without warning. What was amazing was that the purple light actually stopped in the air, and then slowly spread to both sides, showing the appearance of a door. Two figures, hand in hand, appeared in this world of black and red. A young man was covered in a white armor, and the crown on his head was inlaid with 9 gems. It looked so dazzling. As soon as he appeared, the white luster emitted from the armor easily isolated all the filthy aura in the world of black and red. What was even more amazing was the woman he was holding. She was extremely beautiful, and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. She was just floating quietly beside the man, but her body emitted a pure and fresh aura. In the world of black and red, any filthy aura that came into contact with her would be automatically purified within a foot of her body. I've finally found the coordinates with the aura left in Haoyue's bloodline. Wasn't the man wearing the armor of eternity and creation Long Haochen? And beside him was naturally Kai. Kai said softly, "Haochen, don't be too anxious. According to the information Haoyue left for you, if he can reincarnate, then he should have already started." Long Haochen nodded and said, "Haoyue will definitely come back to life. The seal rune he left for me before he died not only fixed my cultivation at 999,999 spiritual energy points, but also told me that he might reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the rune he left on me was for me to seal the reincarnated Haoyue in the same way. Even if Austin Griffin's remnant soul of destruction is still in the reincarnated Haoyue's body, as long as I seal his cultivation forever and prevent him from growing strong enough, there will definitely be no more body of divine wrath, the 9-headed chimera." That day, Long Haochen, Haoyue, and the Demon Emperor worked together and finally killed Austin Griffin of the Head of Destruction. Haoyue also died because of this. Before he died, he left a rune for Long Haochen, which permanently stabilized Long Haochen's cultivation. In other words, Long Haochen didn't need to worry about the situation of time withering after he became a god. The Demon Emperor committed suicide, and took his wife's suicide note to another world to find his most beloved. In a sense, he really didn't die. His cultivation had already reached the god level. Even if he didn't have the position of a god, his soul was extremely strong. Maybe he could really find his wife's soul. The Demon Emperor died, and the demons who lost all the demon god pillars were even more leaderless. Their power was just like what the Demon Emperor said, withering with the passage of time. After Long Haochen woke up from his coma, he had a careful discussion with the moon demon Agars. Agars returned to the demons and reorganized the remaining demons. They retreated to the sea and returned half of the land to the humans. As time passed, the demons without the demon god pillars could only be assimilated by the humans. A year passed quickly. Long Haochen and Ker Sima Xian and Little White Flower, Lin Xian and Lin Xian, Han Yu and Wei Yang, Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuan, and Chen Ying'er and Yang Wenzhao tied the knot. Under Long Haochen's persuasion, Bai Yu, who had suffered a huge physical and mental blow, finally forgave Long Xingwu. Long Xingwu took her back to Odin Town and stayed in the small hut on Odin Mountain. At the same time, Long Xingwu released his contract with the throne of God of Doomsday and Massacre, and gave the throne of God to Yang Wenjiao. He said that he would use the rest of his life to repent to Bai Yu. He was no longer the Knight of the Seal, but Bai Yu's husband. When Long Xingwu sacrificed his life for Long Haochen, both Bai Yu and Long Haochen had forgiven him. After all, blood is thicker than water. After the war, Long Haochen's reputation in the Temple Federation rose to the extreme, and he was recognized as the first hero in human history. Within a year after the wedding, Long Haochen worked hard with the help of the higher-ups of the 6 great temples and continued to accept the land returned by the demons. At the same time, he also handled the internal affairs of the Temple League in an orderly manner. Everything was on the right track. It was also at this time that Long Haochen proposed a rotation system for the Federation presidency. Every 5 years, the Federation Parliament would hold elections to elect a new Federation presidency, deputy presidency, and Parliament, and they could serve for a maximum of 2 terms. The darkness was broken, but in the end, the continent didn't completely return to peace. Long Haochen had to continue his position as the Federation's president. Fortunately, he had set a time limit for this job. After 9 years, he would be completely free, and he could bring Kai to roam the world, or even travel across plains. For Long Haochen, the biggest regret in his heart was Haoyue. A year had passed, and if Haoyue could successfully reincarnate, he should have returned by now. Moreover, Long Haochen had already made preparations for Haoyue's reincarnation. Long Haochen brought Kai to a stop high up in the sky. Facing the sky, he let out a resonant roar. In less than an hour, the 10 great sovereigns of the undead gathered together. Feeling Long Haochen's aura that was so powerful that they could not resist, the 10 great undead kings bowed respectfully. After Long Haochen explained to them for an hour, the 10 great undead kings dispersed. Are they really trustworthy? Kai asked Long Haochen worriedly, what if they find Haoyue and harm Haoyue? Long Haochen shook his head lightly and said, you don't understand their intentions. To them, if they can let this world have the aura of life again, they are willing to pay the price of their own soul fire. Back then, it was Austin Griffin's Haoyue who destroyed the life of this world. This time, we are here to do our best to atone for Haoyue's sins. I believe that these undead kings know what is important. Since they have gone to search, let us begin. As he said that, Long Haochen descended with Kai. They landed on the ground and sensed the poisonous air in this world of black and red. Long Haochen could not help but sigh. Destruction would always be much easier than creation. With a flash of green light, the divine elf, Yi Xiaolei, silently emerged from the divine stone of eternity in Long Haochen's chest. Is this the place you were talking about? What a foul air! Can this really be done? Long Haochen nodded firmly. I believe it can definitely be done. For Haoyue's sake, and for the revival of life in this plane, I will definitely do my best. Yi Xiaolei nodded. Then let's begin. The armor of eternity and creation on you possesses the presence of the God of creation. If there's a person who can accomplish something like that, it's probably only you. Long Haochen smiled and said, let's just be the God of creation for once in this plane. Kai spread her hands in front of her chest, and pure white lotuses flew into the air. Gradually, rings of white light expanded in the air, purifying all the foul air. Before long, an area of 3,000 square meters and 1,000 meters in height had been completely purified by the presence of the domain of purification. The air became much fresher as a result. Long Haochen moved with lightning speed, and the ground began to rumble. The tough, black earth gradually shattered, and the cracks with lava were forcefully sealed and caved in by Long Haochen. Afterwards, large swathes of earth began to scatter in the air. It was the earth of the holy demon continent, and a heavy earthy fragrance began to permeate the region. A hazy, green light radiated from Yi Xiaolei, and the heavy presence of life merged with the earth as it descended from the sky. The black earth was gradually replaced by an earthen yellow, and the heavy presence of life took root in the ground. Long Houchen roared at the sky, and a ball of golden light radiated from him. It slowly rose into the air like a golden sun, hanging in the air. After the condensed, solid spiritual energy stabilized in the air, it gave off a heavy presence of light. With Long Houchen's cultivation, the miniature sun he had created could last for at least a month without being extinguished. Long Houchen scattered the seeds that he had prepared in advance, and they drilled into the soil of the ground. Next was the water. The gentle ripples of water scattered in the air, like the fall of a long-awaited rain. That was not the end. After all that, Long Houchen cast the forbidden technique of holy rain, causing the golden rain to descend once more. At the same time, he summoned King Easton. Working with Yi Xiaolei, he filled the region with a dense presence of life. Gradually, tiny green sprouts drilled out of the soil at an astonishing speed. Under the infusion of such a huge amount of life energy, under the nourishment of sunlight and water, they grew at a rapid speed. They were saplings, and their roots were beginning to penetrate deeper into the ground. As they absorbed the dense aura of life, they also began to release their own aura of life. Long Houchen chose the tree species with the greatest vitality and the greatest resistance to the harsh environment. 2 hours later, a forest silently appeared on the ground. Under the illumination of the light in the sky, they automatically purified the air within the range of the domain of purification. Before anyone knew it, a large number of undead began to gather outside the green world. Indescribable emotions danced in their flames of souls. The necromancer Judge Knight and the Lich King arrived together. When they saw the green world and sensed the dense presence of life, they were so excited that they could not speak. Long Houchen looked at the millions of undead outside the domain of purification and said in a low voice, "Back then, Austin Griffin brought destruction to this plane. I am willing to atone for his sins. Today, this is just the beginning. I will use my actions to prove to you that the presence of life will rise again in this plane. The thick and dirty dust and poisonous clouds in the air have blocked the true sunlight. I plan to use 10 years to gradually purify and clean them up so that true sunlight can shine upon the world again. This plane does not lack water. It is just that most of the water has been buried by magma and soil. I believe that the day when I draw out the underground water and the sunlight from the sky will be the day when this plane will be filled with the presence of life again. I, Long Houchen, hereby swear that as long as I am alive, I will definitely let this plane regain its own presence of life and complete the evolution of the food chain. I do not know how long this process will take, but what I can say is that I will do everything in my power to complete it. I know that Hao Yue may have already reincarnated in this world, or he may never be reincarnated again. But no matter what, the promise I made today will not change. I only hope that if you really find it, you can hide it, but please do not harm it. One day, when I have fulfilled my promise, you can give it to me, all right? You are our god of creation. I swear in the name of the fire of the soul that if Austin Griffin is reborn, we will definitely bring it to you, the Necropolis Judge Knight said respectfully. Long Houchen's figure flashed, and he was already out of the purification region. He personally helped the Necropolis Judge Knight and the Lich King up, and said, "Thank you for your trust. I will use my actions to prove everything I said to you. Now I have to continue my work. If possible, let your subordinates help me, for the sake of rekindling the presence of life in this plane." "As you command." With a loud shout from the Necropolis Judge Knight, all the undead creatures bowed to Long Houchen. Long Houchen looked into the distance and murmured, "Hao Yue, I'm here, where are you?" Thousands of miles away, in a small call, there was a crisp sound of rocks hitting each other, and an egg flickering with a faint purple light quietly rolled down. Fine cracks started to appear on the eggshell, and a small triangular lizard head drilled its way out of the crack, and,